Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sci-Fi Sunday. I'm joined presently by Tra- Trash Picture Show and Trenchy. Trenchy.
Hey,
And yeah,
What's up?
yeah. So today we'll be talking about time travel shows, movies, specifically Quantum Leap, Back to the Future, Time Tracks, Time Tunnel. Basically, anything you can think of that has time in the name. Rosemary and Time. So yeah, guys, have you any favorite time travel shows? I'll just sort of open up with questions.
Terra Nova, one season, but so good. But again, I'm a big fucking dinosaur nerd. But kicks ass, really cool premise. Earth is fucked, so everyone decides to go back to the late Jurassic, early Cretaceous period, and there's a conspiracy because there's a bunch of humans called the Sixers. They were the colonists on the Sixth Pilgrimage. They broke off and they're looking for particular symbols. And it turns out that this prehistoric Earth may not be our prehistoric Earth, and it ended on a really fucking really good cliffhanger, and I'm just annoyed they never picked up. Stephen Lang kicks ass, and again, dinosaurs. If you like Jurassic Park, definitely check it out. One season, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got dinosaurs, it's got conspiracy, it's got like fucking people with like weapons that fire sonic rays. It's a good show. That and the British one that's very much like this, Primeval, with your one from S Club 7. So yeah, I'm doing the dinosaur kind of fucking time travel thing.
Well, that's because it's dinosaurs, man. You gotta stick with what you go with. I always gotta stick with something that's got aliens in it, you know. Like time travel movie I should have brought down has aliens in it and rubber monsters. Should have brought Godzilla versus King Ghidorah because that actually has time travel. It's the focal point.
Like,
right upstairs.
is that the one where they go back in time, remove the dying corpse of the Godzillasaurus, and replace it with the Doras? When they're in the cute, what are they called? When they're in their cute form.
The Dorads, yeah.
Yeah.
The little teeny tiny winged little. They're so like. That's the only thing like I really have to complain about that movie is I feel like they went just a little bit too cute. They sort of don't look like.
Yeah, you're like, how the fuck did these cherub looking things turn into that big angry fucking three-headed dragon?
Yeah, it's a bit weird, but yeah, I can't believe I didn't grab that one. I'm thinking, time travel. What do I got to do? I've got like 5 minutes to start the show. I got to grab what I got to grab. I'm like, okay, I need all of Quantum Leap, which I have here. You can't see it all because it's not a lot of space in here. But yeah, no, I got seasons 1 through 5 on the table, and yeah, I got Back to the Future. I brought the Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
Time travel.
Terminator.
Terminator 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Mm-hmm.
So Trenchy, do you have any kind of favorite time travel shows or movies?
For shows, I'm gonna go pretty cliche. I gotta pull out Doctor Who, man. To me, that's like the ultimate time travel show. It's been going since like what, the 50s? Like
Yeah,
when did it?
I think it and Star Trek are the longest running sci-fi shows on TV.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't really had Star Trek beat by a few years. I should have grabbed some Doctor Who. I could have grabbed that as well, but I wasn't thinking. Nah, I didn't have room anyway.
Trenchy, who's your favorite iteration of the Doctor?
It's a tie between 9 and 7 because I love both of them. 9, I really like his performance. I wish Christopher Eccleston got another season. instead of being fucking like stabbed in the back and fucking blacklisted.
I, I always got the impression that he was kind of like, I'm kind of done with this, because he does seem like a bit of a finicky actor.
Well, I feel like yeah, but the thing is, I do think he. I don't know all the details, but I do think he tried to leave, but they did blacklist him in fucking the UK, so he had to come over to the US to shoot stuff because
Oh,
he couldn't get work. I don't know if that's because he tried to leave or something, but he was blacklisted, and that's why he didn't come back for the three-way crossover with
oh yeah,
David Tennant and Matt
the
Smith.
50th anniversary.
Yeah, he was supposed to be John Hurt's character, but he was like, "No, fuck you. You blacklist me. Fuck you. I'm not coming back."
Yeah, I guess when you get kicked out like that, you sort of you kind of held the grudge because it's like, what the fuck, man? This is not just like, oh, gee, I don't get to be on this show. It's like, no, you're trying to take the bread out of my mouth because now I can't work in my chosen profession.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. So I think he captured the Doctor so well. Just he had that violence in him, but he didn't. You never really saw him commit violence. He would every once in a while, but you could see that he had that violence in him, and you could believe that he was the one that blew up Gallifrey. Like you
Yeah,
could see that in him. And
especially in the episode where he first encounters the single Dalek after so many episodes,
yeah,
and he's like, it's like I am a Dalek, I need orders, and he's like, you want an order? Why did you just go off and die? And the Dalek's like, you would make a good Dalek, and he's like, oh for
yeah.
fuck, he's become the thing he hated.
Yeah, he actually commits torture in that episode on the Dalek. And that I believe that episode is simply titled Dalek, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, also, Ethel, fun fact: Van Stanton's secretary and like second in command, that's Hathor from Stargate. It's the actress who plays Hathor. I don't actually know the poor girl's name, but I know she played Hathor in Stargate.
It's weird how that works sometimes. You lose the actor or actress's name because the character makes such an impression. It's hard to think of them as anybody else when they're really just playing a role.
Oh, Miss Hathor! That's not my name. Sit down, Miss Hathor. Let's discuss the rule. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, so like upon preparing for this, I made sure that I took some notes of things I wanted to mention because there's a lot of shows that fall into this category. That's why I knew I'd kind of go a little long, which is why I went back room earlier in the last watch along because I need to save my StreamYards up for tonight because I knew this would be a long one. And
it's a fairly heady topic, like.
Yeah, and it's just because like I knew for sure that I'd made the right call when I was making the thumbnail for this video because I had like a dozen shows, and I'm like trying to fit them all into that little square and make it work, and I'm like, oh geez, I don't have enough room for all these people, you know. So I had to leave Rangers out. I had to leave a bunch of things out. I had to leave the original H.G. Wells Time Machine out of there. Like,
I like the fact you put Cameron in from the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I do think down the line though, you and me need to do a dedicated stream for that show. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's definitely something. Maybe that's something for next month because I know that next Sunday I'll be doing kaiju's and other tokusatsu themed stuff because getting ready for March. You got King Kong, Godzilla. You got to do it. Got to do it.
Cool beans.
But yeah, so I wanted to mention. I guess I'll start off with Quantum Leap. Obviously, you guys have totally seen it. I think at this point, it's such a cult thing. Everybody's seen it, or at least seen it referenced.
Scott Bakula and Dean Stockwell. And I remember the woman who done the intro. She sounded so sad. He needed to find a way to go home. I was like, what? Jesus.
Actually, she was the voice of Ziggy in the show,
Oh, okay.
as well as being one of the. I believe she was one of the producers. It's a Belisario show. A lot of people will remember his work quite fondly. They'll remember Magnum PI, Airwolf, Jag, Battlestar Galactica. He didn't create that, but he was the producer on that. And actually, speaking of Battlestar Galactica, the whole idea of Quantum Leap came from an unused Battlestar Galactica 1980 script where they had a story idea about time travel and they never used it. And Donald Belisario was such a fan of this idea that he's like, oh, I got to make this into a show. And I'm like, well, what can I do for this show? And he's thought he was inspired partly by that and a movie called Heaven Can Wait, which is a movie about a fella who dies mistakenly and gets taken up to heaven, and he's got to kind of find a way back down and sort things out. So it's sort of like a combination of both. That's why you have the whole God theme running throughout the series.
Oh, okay. What was there any particular episode that you enjoyed? Incredibly, like any standout episode for you, Ethel, that was like, this is a fucking cracker of an episode. This is a brilliant episode.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch. Probably, I think the best episode in the series, at least as far as if you're looking to see what Scott Bakula can do, is Shock Theater, where he gets put into a mental institution. He leaps into a guy who's in a mental institution, and I guess before he leaped in, the guy that he leaped into had an altercation with one of the orderlies. So to teach him a lesson, the orderly brought him in to the electroshock room and put the electrodes on his noggin there and cranked it almost all the way up and zapped him with pretty much a full belt of this thing, and it scrambled his brain. So he had basically multiple personalities of every person he'd leaped into in the previous episode.
Oh.
Which I feel like that was an inspiration for that episode of Bruiser where Seven of Nine gets multiple personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I saw that episode. I must go back and watch it again. For me, the one I thought was most interesting was he ends up in the body of Lee Harvey Oswald, and he starts taking on personality traits of Lee Harvey Oswald, and it's like, what the fuck? That was a cool episode.
There's a cool book about that episode. It's a two-parter. And some people may know, some people may not know, but Donald Belisario was actually a Marine before he got into doing the whole Hollywood gig. And he actually met Lee Harvey Oswald when he was in the service. And he had a conversation with this guy. And in part 2 of that two-part episode, there's a fella playing Belisario. And if I could I wrote down the guy's name because I knew I'd never remember it. Give me just a second. Oh yeah, and then Lee Harvey Oswald. The guy who plays Matthew Charles Nelson was actually a stand-in for Belisario, and that whole scene is based on a conversation he had with Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's like that should be a special feature on one of these discs. You shouldn't have to look that up. But Quantum Leap was one of those shows that sort of got a raw deal. They dicked around with it when it first was airing as far as the time slot. They kind of pulled the Firefly on it. They moved it here. They moved it there. They preempted over here. And it had trouble gaining a following, but as soon as it got one, it took right off. And they were like, well, okay, I guess it's a hit. And eventually when season 5 came, not going to drop any spoilers, but the last episode was written in a way because it was written in a way where it could keep going or it could be the end of the series because at the time the network wouldn't tell Belisario if they were picked up for season 6, and they let him know at the very last moment that they weren't coming back, which is why at the end you get 2 slides telling you what happens to Al and his wife and what happens to Sam, which I'll leave as a special not spoiler because I don't want people to be ruined.
I do remember, I don't know if you've ever watched the channel, Obscurus Lupa done a special on how the season ended, and she actually contacted someone who worked on the show and got behind the scenes footage shot behind the scenes. And I think it was Hal was going to. Is Dean Stockwell's character? What was his name again? Hal? Yeah.
Al Calavici.
Al was going to quantum leap back to save Scott Bakula's character. That was the original plan. That's what I heard from Obscure Lupa's channel. I don't know. Maybe you heard something different, or was that the intended plan? Or
yeah, if it was going to keep going, they were going to have him actually leap in to try and save Sam because Sam was going to get lost, and the idea was, all right, well, Al could leap into Sam like he did in a previous episode where, well, he didn't really leap into Sam, but Sam leaped into him in a previous episode. So they were going to sort of do the reverse of that, see if Al could get Sam back. But it ended up never happening. They didn't shoot anything. There's actually, when asked about this, Dean Stockwell outright denied it. It only came out a few years after that it actually was a plan that just didn't happen. And I guess he didn't want to sort of talk and ruin things if it was going to be in progress. You know how these things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cool thing is, as recent as 2017, there was a script made by Belisario for a feature-length film of Quantum Leap, where he was going to actually make a movie.
What was it going to be? A continuation of the series, or a reboot, or?
It was going to be, I believe, it was going to be a continuation, but he was when asked about it, he was very non-committal about his answer. It was one of those things where he's at a comic convention and there were rumors, and he announced publicly, yeah, I've been working on a script for the last 3 years. And, oh, by the way, it's finished. So as far as we all know, that script's in the can, ready to go, being shopped around here and there. And 2017 to 2021, I don't know, might not happen. Looks like it's not going to happen. But it could still happen. Just going to happen without me. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, like if there's a script, there's still hope. The only thing is they might have to use different actors because if they can't get the others to come back, and like you said, then one of them die.
Yeah, Dean
alive.
Huh?
Is he dead?
Yeah, I believe didn't he die a few years ago?
I don't know.
Let me double check. Maybe you're right. Ethel.
Well, I'm gonna hold that back because I could be wrong on that, and I hate to be wrong about that because
you're probably right. It's probably a case of that I didn't hear the news or like
because
I pulled a Harry from fucking.
It happens, man.
Say what, Trenchy?
I said it happens, man. I thought Rutger Hauer was alive till like 8 months ago.
Ethel, I think he might be alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yay! Pudding!
Oh my God, that's good. That's really good news. I hope he is alive because I was really bummed out every time I thought about it because I'm like, oh, geez, it's too bad he's dead because it's like if this ever happened, it'd have to happen without him. And we got someone in the back. Hold on a second. Let me just pop them in here. Oh, we got Deacon.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia, and it has date of birth, spouses, but nothing about a death. Nothing at all. It just says currently active, age 84, actor.
Oh well, that's great. That's great. That means it could still happen because Bacula's still alive and kicking. Welcome, Deacon.
Hello, Ethel. How are you?
Doing very well. How's it going, man?
Doing alright. I finally got my circus background. I am happy.
Yeah, I like the spooky circus, dude.
Nice.
Got the stagecoach. It's like in Freaks.
It's what drew me to it, and it's absolutely free to use. So,
Sweet
but
baby.
how's everybody else?
You could
Oops,
always
sorry.
put it in black and white if you ever did a watch along of Freaks, Deacon.
Oh, I've already got a black and white one.
See, you're one step ahead.
Yep.
Right on.
And I'm waiting for you to do a Freaks watch along, and I will be there.
Oh, it'll happen eventually. I'm trying to wait till I exhaust most of the color movies to sneak in some black and white ones. I got to do it sneaky sneaks because I know folks
Yeah,
tend to like them.
I know you got to shuffle the deck.
So, Deacon, we were just talking about Quantum Leap, and I was letting everybody know that there was a Quantum Leap script that Donald Belisario actually finished it in 2017 that could be circulating Hollywood, might not be, we don't know. And we were just discussing whether or not Dean Stockwell was alive or dead, which he's alive.
Yeah, I call it that bit. It's kind of like we can confirm he is alive and he is out there somewhere. It sounds like a description of a criminal. It's kind of like, we can confirm that he is alive somewhere and we are searching for him.
Dean Stockwell's out there and he's fucking stealing children out of their fucking bed.
Have you seen your children? Do you know where your children are? They're with him.
What was the name of Bacula's character again?
Samuel Beckett.
Yeah. Sam, wake up! We have to leave. This child's like,
It's funny.
Stockwell's got
thing
dementia.
Funny thing about that is he's actually named after an Irish playwright, Samuel
Oh
Beckett.
yeah, Samuel Beckett. Yeah.
Which
He's actually
coincidentally, it wasn't intentional, but his works actually sort of parallel some of the events in the series. So it's kind of fun. Fun fact.
Ooh.
So.
Have you a favorite episode of Quantum Leap?
Huh?
Have you a favorite episode of Quantum Leap?
I like the one where he goes into. It's been a while since I watched the show, but I like the one where he goes in the body of the old cowboy.
Last
And,
gun.
yeah. I remember that one being pretty good. And I mean, the boxer one is classic as well.
I'm going to be the oddball here. My favourite episode of Quantum Leap is the one where he leaps into the chimp.
Oh, the wrong stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
What?
He leaps into a chimp. Yeah. So he has to spend the entire... Yeah, it's in the entire episode, he has to act like a chimp. It's great. I recommend watching it.
And I'm kind of glad I did.
That sounds amazing.
I feel like Josh is crying.
The caterpillar juice, Deacon. The caterpillar juice.
The caterpillar juice will get you every time.
But by the way, the episode that Trenchy was talking about before we get too far away from that comment is the right hand of God.
Ah.
Oh, the
The
boxing.
fighter or the boxer? Actually, Ethel, what? Okay, what's the furthest back Sam has actually leaped into? Like, when I haven't seen that one with the gunfighter. Does that go to the 1800s, or like how far back can Sam go?
The furthest back he's ever gone is 1840 something, where he leaped into his great grandfather.
Okay.
And he became his own grandpa.
My own grandpa.
Now, and he had to sort of help this woman who was helping the Underground Railroad with escaped slaves and stuff. So he was in the Civil War.
Yeah, it's the one thing. Yeah, it's the one thing I really liked about Quantum Leap. It did what Doctor Who tried to do but failed at, which is make history interesting, give you facts, but give you a story.
Yeah, have a social message and educate without letting the message or the education overwhelm the actual plotline. Hey, we've Filthy Dan in the chat.
Oh,
Hey, Dan.
hello, Filthy Dan. Why do they call you Filthy Dan?
Because he's a filthy fucker. He's a legend, though.
We're currently talking about Quantum Leap, so the when would be 1989 to 1993, because that's when Quantum Leap ran. So that's our timetable here for right now. You know, a good time in history. I like the late 80s, early 90s. This is a fun time. Oh,
it
flow
was
chamber.
a fun time. Ooh, flow chamber.
Are you guys fans of Quantum Leap?
Chat, that he's asking you, chat. So please respond. Give us something. Throw us a bone.
Or our favorite time travel TV shows in general?
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be Quantum Leap. We're just sort of chit-chatting about that. But we can always come back to it if you've got something favorite that you want to mention in the chat. I'll pop you up on the screen.
There was a really nice kind of heartfelt episode as well, where he leaps into a young man with Down syndrome, and
Jimmy.
the brother like is all about him, and the nephew's all about him, but the wife doesn't want him to stay, and like he gets him a job at the dock, and I remember Michael Madsen's in that episode as some dickhead dock worker who tries to get him fired. But he's telling the nephew all about Star Wars and stuff, and like, you know, it's just cute. It's a nice episode. So
that's the only character that Sam's leaped into twice. He leaped into Jimmy in another episode titled "Deliver Us from Evil," where he first encounters the evil leapers. That's in season 5.
Wait, okay. There's the evil Quantum Leapers as well.
Yeah, those who want to change history for their benefit.
There's
How many is there?
There's 2. It's basically just like Sam, only they're both women. And instead of the super intelligent computer named Ziggy, they have a super intelligent computer named Lothos. And instead of being leaped around by fate or time or God, they're being leaped around by the devil or evil. Pick your pick.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Quantum Leap ended up falling into the same trap everything does, which is, we've run out of ideas. How do we make it more interesting? Introduce the supernatural.
Saying earlier, the supernatural has sort of been an underlying theme throughout the whole series, because they're not sure if it's time or God leaping them around. And that actually comes from one of the films that inspired Quantum Leap, which was Heaven Can Wait, where a guy is mistakenly taken by his guardian angel up to heaven, and he's got to find a way back down.
That kind of reminds me of a movie with I'll quickly gloss over. Chris Rock is killed by accident, and he's like he's put into the body of a rich white dude, and he's like giving a speech. He goes, "The roof is on fire! The roof is on fire!" And it was, oh my god, the roof of the building's on fire! No! It's a fun movie. If you get a chance, check it out.
It's a great movie. You know, he's cruising in the limo, and they're listening to Snoop Dogg's Gin and Juice, and he's got the window down. He's like, he's just this big fat. Very funny.
Primer kicks fucking arse. It is definitely a very sophisticated time travel movie. But if you know, Donnie Darko fucking always overshadows Primer. Deacon, Deacon, you've seen Primer. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
You're, yeah.
Dude,
Have you seen
Primer's
it?
fucking fantastic.
I do like. The best way to put Primer is youth. There's no really good way to put it apart from it is a movie that you have to watch beginning to end, and you won't necessarily regret it, but you might have a migraine if you try and think about it too much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people probably take the piss out of me. It's probably the closest you would get to a quote unquote realistic time travel movie. Maybe I'm being a bit generous with that, but like if you were to think how time travel might work or how fucked up time travel could be, I think Primer would be, pun intended, a prime example of that. If you get a chance, definitely check it out. I definitely think Donnie Darko overshadows Primer, and it needs to get more fucking attention.
What
Yeah.
I find cool about it is that I'm pretty sure the director was an accountant, if I remember reading correctly, and he applied that skill into the movie.
I can see there is a lot of math involved.
I don't know.
Sums it up, really.
Donnie Darko Chamber. Donnie Darko is a movie that is made to be discussed by fucking film students, not necessarily to be a movie. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to
Ooh.
fucking. I'm not trying to piss on it. You
And
like it?
those doing research into perceptual reality and concept of personal worm tunnels for universal teleportation, which is a fallacy but a good talking point.
There's kind of a kind of a layman's man's version of that movie, and it's very action based, but it's a good one as well with Denzel Washington, where there's this device that lets him see into the future and the past, like he follows a serial killer by using this VR headset, and then he realizes actually, yeah, we sent something forward in time. Basically, there's a terrorist attack on a ferry, and he's hired to try and find the bomber and see if they can find out where the bomber's going to attack next. But then he susses out that they've actually put a camera into the future, and Val Kilmer's like, "Look, we can send you to the future, but you need someone to bring you back to life because you'll die." Have you seen that movie yet?
I've not seen that movie.
This is one that I haven't heard of either.
Nah.
Although I do have to say, if you're on that ferry and you know about the movie, you're definitely going to have a sinking feeling.
So it's a camera that's sent into the future is basically what happened.
The future or the past, but then basically the Department of Defense hires Denzel Washington, who is like an NSA agent, to try and do an investigation on this terrorist, and he follows the terrorist who has already planted the bomb in the past, and then he realizes that it's a camera. It's not actually. They tell him that it's a VR simulation, but then he susses out it's not a VR simulation. It's actually fucking a device that's been sent through time. It's really fucking good.
Do you want me to find a trailer and see if we can put up it? Because it actually sounds interesting.
Deja vu. Deja vu.
Deja vu.
I might not put up a trailer just because it has a tendency to get these things copyright claimed. We did that.
DMCA.
Yeah, we did that once at the end of I think it was Lady Frankenstein, or it was a different movie where we did that, and I got a copyright claim because it was when we were talking about that thing that inspired Farscape.
Oh yeah.
Because we showed
bloody
that.
hell.
Yeah, I got in trouble for. Well, I didn't get in trouble, but they threatened my monetization that I don't qualify for.
Evil people.
Basically, it's directed by Tony Scott and it stars Denzel Washington. And like, there's a really cool. He's chasing after the terrorist. It's where he's in his car with his VR headset, and he's driving, and through the VR headset, the road is clear, but like he's actually on a busy interstate, and he's like a guy with him go turn left, and he's trying to follow your man while taking instructions because he's on a busy fucking interstate. If you get a chance, check it out. It's called Deja Vu. Tony Scott, Ridley Scott's brother directed it. It's an interesting kind of movie.
So another cool movie that sort of that primer movie reminds me of it. Because we're talking about the camera in the future, is that movie Frequency, where the firefighter can talk to his father in the past through the radio because of the aurora borealis. Did anybody see Frequency?
Dennis Quaid is in that one, right?
I believe so, if I remember correctly. But that was kind of a cool movie because you didn't expect it to take the more serious turn it takes later on in the film, but it does. Everything works out okay. They buy Yahoo stock. Things are good, but yeah. So yeah, I was getting. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say, what's next on the agenda? What's the next time travel movie or show we're going to talk about?
Next on the agenda, let's see if there's anything else I didn't mention that I wanted to mention on Quantum Leap, just real briefly. No, I guess unless you guys have anything you want to add on that subject.
The only thing that I will add on Quantum Leap is the machine that the guy uses to give all of the coordinates and information and everything. That looks so much like a light-up game where you have to try and get all the combination of lights to win. And
It's
I
funny.
think...
Oh, keep going.
Oh no, after you. Please.
No, go ahead. Finish up. I thought you were done. Go keep going. It looks like a light-up game, and what?
And it turns out it is actually the predecessor to the light-up game that came out in the 80s.
Oh, Simon?
Yeah.
Simon, I remember that trailer. Yeah.
What I was going to say is it's funny that you mentioned the hand link. They have 3 different versions of that throughout the series. It starts out where it sort of looks like a remote control they've covered in that foil tape you see on ductwork. Not duct tape, but that metal tape. And then it sort of looks like it's that colorful blocky thing. And then there's another version where it's really thin and it's got like some red lights on it. So it's kind of fun. They went through like version of that.
Yeah, it's nice that they changed it up. I prefer the color blocky thing personally, but I am glad that they changed it up throughout the series because it means the technology is evolving. They're trying to get him home.
Yeah, and it's the futuristic year 1999.
Oh, he goes to the future. What? I've only seen a speckling of episodes. I've enjoyed what I've seen, but do they get any of the predictions for 1999 right, Ethel? Or
not as much. It's funny, they did one episode. There's only one episode that takes place in present day. 1999 for them. The future, if you're watching at home in 1993. Where they go back to the present, and it's one where Sam leaps into the body of a criminal who's holding a family hostage, and somehow they don't really explain it, but when he leaps into Sam's body, his gun leaps with him, so he ends up in the waiting room with a gun, and he holds Al up and he makes him release him, and he gets out to the world above and discovers that everything's covered in neon lights. And even the hookers have fancy hotel rooms that have flip-around TVs. It's very, very fancy. Sophisticated television, folks.
For Netflix and chill, they need those flip-around TVs.
But they did get one prediction right, and I only know this because I was looking through trying to see if there's anything I wanted to make note of. is they actually predicted who would play in Super Bowl 30. I forget who it was because I'm not a sports ball fan, but they actually predicted one of the teams that would play in the episode titled All Americans, which is about football players.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird when they get the predictions right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very
It's
creepy.
worrying when the Simpsons get the predictions right.
Yeah,
Fucking
so far all
Simpsons.
these time travel movies and shows, they're pretty much hit or miss. Simpsons has been fairly accurate.
Simpsons needs to chill, man. Simpsons is getting scary. They need to fucking chill.
Yeah,
You
that was the ending of that. Is so fucking bleak.
Oh no, it's
You know-
not. The alternate ending is better.
Which
The
one has him strangle himself with his own umbilical cord in a womb?
That's the alternate ending. The original ending, he just leaves. The theatrical ending, he just leaves the girl. He never sees the girl again. The alternate ending, he strangles himself as a baby to save like the fucking time loop and shit. It's like I get in a fight with Corey about this all the time because he thinks the original ending's better, but I think the alternate ending is better.
Do you want to know a fun fact, Trenchy?
Yeah.
The fetus ending is the ending that was released in Europe, and him walking out is the deleted scene. So if you get a copy of it, a Region 2 copy of it, it's him fucking strangling himself. Is the standard.
You guys are smart. You guys know what's up.
The thing, I didn't even get that far in Butterfly Effect because everybody gave me really dirty looks when the mailbox exploded and I yelled out, "He just got punked!"
Fucking Aston
Oh. Yeah, the Butterfly Effect was an alright movie, but yeah.
I think I'm not shitting on him, but I think Aston Kutcher was a poor choice. The story was good, the premise was cool. I just don't think it's like you can't think of anyone else but Kelso when you see Kelso or as Elton pointed out, punked.
You just got punked, boy.
Filthy Dan's like, you got punked, hell no. Imagine he done that in Butterfly Effect. He just went around fucking with people. Like, is there one where, like, he grows back his arm in a prison cell and your man starts freaking out?
So the final thing I was going to mention, just to circle back one last time on the Quantum Leap, the last time I'll go back to it, is it had a limited comic book run. Not a lot of people might remember from 91 to 93, where it sort of acted like the TV show did, where it would run one issue into the next on a cliffhanger. So that was kind of cool.
Ethel, you don't know, was it Marvel or DC that released it, or a totally independent company like Dark Horse?
It was actually Innovation Publishing released that one.
Okay, I must try and hunt them down.
Yeah, because that slipped way past us.
It seemed like it was pretty well loved for being such a short run.
Everybody likes a short run. Just give me the 10 meters anytime.
Mac,
I know. Dad jokes.
It happens. It happens.
I'll get my coat. Walk out of disgrace.
Why do you need to get your coat? I only want to get my couple of boots.
I want away from these jokes.
Quick, run for the window and jump out, laddie.
What the fuck are you giving me, Scottish? You always do the sneak, and it's like, I'm Irish, not Scottish.
Oh, trust me.
I'm Father Jack, not groundskeeper Willie, okay?
Oh, trust me, I'm doing this a lot lately. For you, it's Scottish. For Spongy, I do Irish. It's no. I know.
Oh boy. So to I guess to jump on to the next topic, I suppose we should probably because it's front and center over here, we should mention Back to the Future because that seems to be very popular, very popular. Then we'll get back to television, which also had Back to the Future on it too, because it had that whole animated series.
I love the animated series and the Universal ride as well. Okay, I might bring up the Universal ride when we go into it. And yes, Ben, Butterfly Effect, as ropey as it is, does count as a time travel movie.
He time travels. He time travels differently than other people, but he still time travels because he moves from his body in certain points of time, right? That's the whole
Quantum
thing.
Leap. It's Quantum Leap.
Yeah, it's Quantum Leap into
within
himself.
the same individual.
Yes. It's been a while
his
since I
own
watched it.
It's Quantum Leap, except he's leaping into himself.
Self-love.
What's
come
Back
on,
to the
Dan. Dan, you're not fucking hiding under a rock, man.
Man, this conversation's about to get really heavy, man.
It's about a guy who almost fucks his mother. That's what it's about, Dan. You fucking know.
Oh, dude.
The very next film Leah Thompson did after that was Howard the Duck, where she has sex with an anamorphic duck. So, I mean...
Incest, bestiality in a row.
I don't know if it's like I should feel bad for Leah Thompson or if she's into that shit, or I should be scared of her because she's into it.
She's done fairly well. She got a long-running sitcom, Caroline in the City. So let's not be too fucking hard. Let's not be too sympathetic towards her.
Wasn't that Taya Leone that had the sitcom on NBC?
I thought it was... No, just Caroline. Hang on a minute.
I always get that mixed up myself, so I could be wrong on that.
She's a comic book writer.
They're chatting about human dramas. Nah, I don't know anything.
Fun fact about Back to the Future. We all know Huey Lewis. He did 2 songs for that movie. He did Power of Love and Back in Time. But he also had a brief cameo in the film when Marty's performing with his band to see if he can get to play the dance, the big dance. Huey Lewis is actually the guy in the brown jacket who has the megaphone. He's like, hold it there, I'm sorry, they're too damn loud.
They're a band, they're meant to be loud.
Actually, Ben, yeah, the Telltale video game was also fucking awesome as well. If you get a chance, they're the guys who done The Walking Dead and the Jurassic Park and Batman. They done a really good Back to the Future Telltale game, which came out in the Wii. All things. It came out in the Nintendo Wii.
Yeah, it's because everything's so heavy, man. So heavy.
It's funny, Michael J. Fox, he actually was doing Family Ties at the same time that he was doing Back to the Future, and he averaged about 2 hours of sleep a night.
Oh, yeah, he was wrecked, and I feel sorry for him, but I'm so glad because have you seen the test footage of Eric Stoltz?
Yeah, it did not work. And you know, it's funny. They talked about. I believe it was Bob. What's his last name? But I wrote it down somewhere so I wouldn't forget because I forget these things. But yeah, no, I can't find it. I wrote it down but can't find it. Bob someone or other. Gale. Bob Gale, I think was his name.
Yeah.
He actually was the one who had to go up to him and say, "Yeah, it's just not working. We're just not that into you." And
it's not, you know, it's not us. It's you. Please go away.
So
Michael. Oh, sorry. No,
I'm just good. If you want a comparison or a thing, like if Michael J. Fox is a fucking Oreo, then Eric Stoltz is a brand fucking Ritz cracker. It's just that much of a difference. Sorry, Ethel, just trying to get into people's minds how fucking bland Stoltz was for that role.
By the way, no offense to Eric Stoltz. By the way, he's a good actor in his own right.
No, he is. He just
beat
was
Michael
not
J.
right for
Fox.
that role.
Yeah, no, Michael J. Fox always brings this very sympathetic. You just love the guy, you know.
It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame he's had to become a bit of a recluse now.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear? Because I was about to say, did you hear what happened to him the last time he tried living on his own?
What happened?
He had he basically ended up collapsing, broke his hip in the middle of the floor. He was completely on his own, and it took him 3 hours to crawl to the phone to call 911.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's why he now has to live with people, and I don't blame him. He's a fragile man now. He has to look after himself. He's a national treasure.
I enjoyed The Fly too, Dan. Not as good as the original one, but it was more action kind of heavy.
I haven't seen it.
Different movie. It's a very different movie from the first Fly, and I think that's just the trouble. Is you're expecting to get The Fly when you watch The Fly 2, but it's not quite the same experience.
Yeah, you don't so much get.
By Chris Wallace, the guy who done the effects for the first one, because Cronenberg was off doing. Not scanners. What the fuck? He was off doing something at the time. So Chris Wallace took up the sequel. But it's all right.
It's all right to watch. The best thing about it, in my opinion, isn't the acting, isn't the storyline, isn't the effects, even though they are quite good. It's the dog monster. I love that thing. I want it as a pet.
My problem with the movie is the same issue I have with Big. It's like she's fucking an 11-year-old.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, Eric Stoltz's character is only like 11.
It's just as inappropriate as parking with your mom.
Speaking of Back to the Future.
Okay, so we go from fucking 11-year-olds to a mom trying to fuck her son. That works.
And the mum also tries to fuck a duck.
Oh yeah, she also fucks a duck later on.
But that's another adventure.
It's the only time you can actually sit there and go, well, go fuck a duck.
You know,
is there anyone or anything Leah Thompson hasn't tried fucking yet? Be it her son, or waterfowl, or...
It's funny, while they were shopping Back to the Future around, by the way, it got rejected a total of 44 times.
Oh.
And yeah, a lot of the rejection was based on the fact that it was a movie that was made for teenagers, but it did not have a heavy R rating as most comedies made for teenagers at the time had. And Disney, however, rejected it on the grounds that it was too risky and racy because of the mother-son thing, romance, infatuation.
They couldn't win.
But eventually it got picked up, and it's kind of cool. Fun fact, Michael J. Fox first heard about this film while he was filming another film a lot of people might remember him fondly in Teen Wolf.
Yes! Teen Wolf is also another good animated series.
They filmed that in a very popular neighborhood to film movies and shows in. And he actually ran into the location scouts while they were filming Teen Wolf. And he was like, oh, what are you guys doing? What movie's that? Oh, Back to the Future. He's like, oh, wow, that's kind of a cool movie. I wish I could be involved in something like that instead of this werewolf movie.
And it turns out both turned out to be classics.
Mm-hmm.
But that movie taught us a lot. It taught us that werewolves are inherently good at basketball. And at the end of the movie, people will flash you their dick.
Yeah. But, they found out that wasn't real, though. That apparently, that That was
Damn it,
false.
Richie, don't kill the mystery.
And you can see
Don't
it.
kill the fucking ambiance.
Oh, my bad.
We
Yeah,
were
that
hoping
totally had his
And
dick out. My bad.
don't tell me there's no ghost in the back scene of Three Men and a Little Lady, okay?
See, there's a question that I have to ask now is why is Trash so fixated on a dick?
I'm not. I like urban legends about movies.
I know. I'm
I
just
like-
Oh, no. Marty,
I'm just saying.
Munchkin definitely hanged himself on Wizard of Oz, so we still have that.
Okay,
I thought it was a
we still have-
pelican.
They had picture experts in, and they can guarantee it's not a pelican.
Oh,
One
Yeah.
urban legend, right? In Back to the Future 3, one of Doc Brown's kids is seen tapping his groin repeatedly. And people are like, what the fuck's that about? And it's the kid was trying to signal to his mum that he needed to go to the toilet. So, keep
Yeah,
an eye
But he
out
has
for
like a smile on his face. It's really weird.
that. Yeah, because he has to take a piss. He's probably nervous.
Maybe he's pointing at a time stream.
He's going to make a stream of his own.
Don't cross the stream.
Time to make some yellow. That's what he's saying. I gotta go out back. Got. Come on, wrap it up. That's what he's
He
saying.
needs to make the not so yellow.
If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, tell Doc Brown.
I gotta. Back to the Future probably has the most memorable time machine out of any film, though. That DeLorean, people love it.
Made here in
yeah.
Ireland.
Mhm.
Those cars originally went into production in Ireland, well, Northern Ireland.
Oh,
Deacon
so we
has
have you
more-
to blame.
Has more paying over than I do, but
Yeah, so we have you to blame for the fact that it can only reach 38 miles per hour before it decided to break down.
do you really want an Irish person driving over fucking 38 miles an hour, dude?
I don't want an Irish person driving over 12.
It's funny. We actually received a letter from John DeLorean himself, thanking them immensely for immortalizing his car in that series of films. He was very happy about it.
Oh yeah, it's the only reason it's a collector's item.
And they
I want to
actually
see a
had.
movie where someone gets decapitated with the doors of the DeLorean. And
Yeah.
just fucking gone their head. Sorry, Ethel.
Mhm.
Oh no, that's cool. That's cool. It's funny you mentioned those doors. That's the exact reason they chose a DeLorean. Originally, it wasn't even going to be before. I'll start at the very beginning. Before it was going to be a car at all, it was actually going to be a refrigerator that Doc Brown invents. That you go in and you get inside the refrigerator and you close the door. But they 86 that idea because they were afraid that children would get it into their head that they could just climb into a refrigerator. And I think we all know what a tragedy that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
was.
Punky Brewster even done an episode to try and convince kids not to go inside the fucking fridge.
Yeah, the last thing you need to go do is walk over and find a kidsicle.
And then fucking Indiana Jones fucked it all up. He's like, I could survive a nuclear explosion.
Luckily,
Yeah, but no one thought that shit. Even the children are like bullshit. Even the kids are calling bullshit.
But the reason they ended up going with the DeLorean in the first place is because of the joke in the movie where he crashes into the barn with the DeLorean when he first gets back into 1955. And the kid's got the comic book and he thinks it's the spaceship from the front of the comic book. And it's actually because those doors go up because they're gull-wing doors. If that car hadn't those doors, it could have been any other car. But because it had those doors, it became a movie star.
and the DeLorean is now worth its weight in gold.
Well, gold and stainless steel.
Yeah. The one thing I found really strange about the DeLorean, though, is the power conversion ratio. Yeah, I can understand using plutonium, but using garbage?
Because they were trying to make a statement.
No.
Mr. Fusion.
Oh, but yeah, it's just a little nitpick I have. And that's just because power source. But if
I
it works, it works. Doc Brown's
I just
insane.
find it I just find it funny how crazy that this fucking movie is. Like, man, I love the movie, but it's like Doc Brown stole plutonium from some terrorists and is like murdered with machine guns in the beginning of the movie. Then you have
He shot
fucking
with AK.
yeah, you got Marty's mom trying to fuck him. You find out Marty's dad was a peeping tom. It's like holy shit. It's great though.
It's
Even
very funny though about the DeLorean. Recently, or not recently, but as soon after they came out with the first film and it was successful, they were actually making aftermarket body kits. So if you owned a DeLorean, you could make it look like the Back to the Future time machine. So I thought that was kind of fun.
That would be something I would like to own. I just don't think they'll allow me to have the plutonium to run it.
could you run if you bought a vintage DeLorean now? Could you run it out on the road? Could you get it insured and taxed and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're still
Absolutely.
roadworthy. The only sorry.
No, it's okay. Keep going. Keep going.
No.
I'll wait.
No. You wanted to say something, so please. I interrupted you.
Well, I just wanted to answer his question. There's actually a DeLorean Motor Club of America where a bunch of DeLorean enthusiasts meet and they drive their DeLoreans around, and you can actually buy refurbished DeLoreans. They don't have the original engine anymore because that's always was and still is junk. But yeah, you can actually get one and you can drive one around. And the
Yeah.
bodies last forever in those things because they're stainless steel. They do not rust.
I
Yeah.
suppose with the original engine as well, Ethel, that bastard would have probably sucked so much fucking diesel or petrol or gasoline. Like, it probably
Yes, it's actually a very slow car. Much like the Trans Am from Knight Rider. That specific car was very slow because they had I forget what it was. We had some law in the U.S. at the time where they were trying to discourage big engines, and they were trying to discourage these sort of gas guzzlers and all this stuff, mostly for fuel usage. So like you had a bunch of anemic cars. There was even a Mustang out by Ford at the time that had a really small engine in it. And wasn't very good. It's the death of the muscle car, basically.
Yeah.
It's all temporary though. We fixed it. Everything's fast now.
Death of the muscle car.
But no, it's. I think it's. I always thought it was a very cool looking car. You know, if they were reliable and cheap, I would have had one at some point. But you know, they're hard to find. They're expensive. They're not reliable.
Yeah, unless you're willing to put the investment in to get the parts replaced, in which case you can get it reliably made, reliable to go on the road. It's just, yeah, it's no longer a DeLorean then because you've replaced basically everything on the interior.
But if it looks like it, that's all that matters.
I love the team from Alan Silvestri, obviously the guy behind Predator. That fucking team gets you so pumped up. And it's a really clever movie. For example, when the Twin Pines Mall, they do the test at the Twin Pines Mall, and Marty travels back in time and runs over one of two saplings, and then when he goes back, it's just the Lone Pine Mall, and it's just it's clever. I like stuff like that.
That's actually a reference to what was happening in the future. It's sort of one of the things that inspired this movie, besides Bob's dad's yearbook, high school yearbook. which was actually the big idea for this movie, came from him discovering his dad's high school yearbook and this whole idea of, oh, wow, what would it be like to go to high school with your parents? Would you hang out with them? Was the following idea, besides that, was how things change in 20, 30 years, how your town changes. Like they build the mall in the middle of nowhere and then downtown sort of dies down.
Or like the bit in the 50s diner where Marty's like, aren't you the mayor? And like, mayor, that's a good idea. And everyone's laughing at the poor African American kind of busboy. And just, no one will ever elect you as a mayor. And then it was Marty that kept the idea to run for mayor. I like that. I just
mayor. Yeah. That's right. Mayor Gold Wilson. I like the sound
Ethel, favorite moments from any of the movies, or favorite multiple moments from the movies, Ethel?
Oh, favorite moments, geez. Like, as with most horror fans, probably that moment with Jaws jumping out in Back to the Future 2, where he's jumping out of the billboard. Mm-hmm. That's probably...
Sharks in the
space! From the first one, I really like that car chase with the Libyans, and of course the infamous barn scene I've already mentioned. Those are big moments for me in the first one. The third one, geez, the third one. I don't know. I don't know about the third one. The third one's kind of my least favorite of all. I guess if I had to pick one from the third one, it would be where they're shooting the guns at him and he starts moonwalking. What are you wearing? What's that say on your shoe? Nikkei. What is that? Some kind of engine talk?
where Doc fucking saves Marty with the he souped up a Winchester into like a super scoped kind of rifle. And he's like, he's like, damn it, Tannen, I told you. And he's like, Brown, you owe me money. You owe me money for an unshoot horse and a bottle of Kentucky whiskey. He goes, fine, bring the horse back. I'll reshoe him. I shot the horse.
That's not my fault.
Not the
boys. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it has its moments. It's funny, Christopher Lloyd said he always wanted to come back and do another Back to the Future movie, but his big stipulation was they'd have to go to Roman times, because that's like one of his favorite historical periods.
Oh, nice. Can you see him trying to impersonate Caesar?
I have a question for you, right? And this is going to be like, regardless of if it's a sequel or if it's a reboot or a remake, would the teenage boy hanging out with the older middle-aged guy, would that work nowadays? Could you have a buddy movie with like a teenage kid hanging out with an old elderly recluse, or would that come across?
No, I think it could work if they explained it, because in the original they don't explain how they're friends, they're just friends. But I feel like you could get away with it nowadays if you just explained it, like maybe he was, something. You could probably make it work.
I think the way they could get away with it if they did it now was they'd have to make Doc Brown his uncle or like a step relative or something, because it's unfortunate that we live in times that are so cynical that anything that is slightly not typical is immediately suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and allowing a child into your garage to play a guitar while you're not there doesn't exactly say you're a safe person to leave your kids around.
There might be a slight chance of overload too, so you don't want to use that big speaker.
Because it's all about the bass. Sorry,
I love the principle I love the fact the principal didn't seem to age one bit as well. It was like the same fucking dude.
Yeah. Marty's quote is, "My God, you were bald back here."
Jesus, didn't that guy ever have hair?
I love Ethel. You put out a fantastic tweet of him being in Masters of the Universe. Well, you better watch out, man. He's gonna call you a slacker and give you a week's suspension. I love that.
Now, He-Man, that makes 4 tardies in a row. Here for you as well, Man-at-Arms.
Now remember,
put on some pants, you slacker.
Now remember, you're on suspension. No going to Castle of Grayskull.
No, listen.
Detector by bringing in the sword.
I'm sorry, He-Man.
I like it when he pulls him aside and he says, "Listen, He-Man, no person from Eternia has ever made anything of himself in the history of Hill Valley."
I'm sorry, He-Man. You have to hand over your sword. We're confiscating it for the weekend. Good luck. Oh, Skeletor's waiting for you in the
Purple Rain, you under the school roof.
Now I just got images of Marty's mum being Shira.
It's more awkward when He-Man has to take his mom to the Enchantment Under Grayskull dance. It's just really awkward. Really awkward. They got a park on Battle Cat. They go parking on Battle Cat saddle. It's bad.
You have to make fucking Battle Cat run up to 33 miles per hour to get back to Eternia. Crispin Glover kind of scenario, Ethel.
Oh, where he wasn't available for the second one?
He was available. He wanted more money.
Yeah, he wanted double the pay.
That's why he's dead. That's why he's a tombstone in the second one. That was their solution.
They do something clever by having his character on some kind of levitation device upside down, so you can't get a clear look at his face. That's why that was done.
Nice.
Actually, that scene around the dinner table, they actually invented the what is it called, the remote controlled rotoscope camera, where it was a camera on a system of dollies, and it was remote controlled. They actually invented that for that film.
It could move around easier.
Yeah, because they had to get everybody in their spot at the table, but it had to be seamless, so that it would look right from shot to shot because of the multiple rolls. It's just weird.
They were kind of ahead of the curve now because we have to do that nowadays. Just sit in front of cameras, pretend we're all together.
Trenchy,
Yeah.
Trenchy, what's your favorite scenes from any of the movies?
I love from the original. I love it when Crispin Glover punches Biff in the face. Of course, that's a legendary moment, and it's just cool to see the little guy win for once. You know, that's always cool to see. Part 2, I love the whole segment when he's going back to the original movie, and he has to avoid seeing himself and avoid all this other shit. It's just so complicated. And the third one where the final fight with is it Bad Fist or
Mad Dog.
I forgot his name. Yeah, McCannon. Yeah.
Don't call him Mad Dog, whatever you do. He hates that.
Yeah.
He also hates manure.
Oh, I hate manure.
Another fun scene from that movie, geez, all the scenes I like take place in that bar, but another fun scene is when Doc Brown is drunk in the bar and he's got the shot glass in his hand. They're like, geez, how many has he had? They're like, none. He just likes to hold it. Then he takes a shot and he's instantly out.
And they make some concoction to sober him up, and it's got like Tabasco sauce and licorice and turpentine, and it's like
And eggs and everything else, and oh my god, that would wake anyone up just to kind of make them get it out of their body.
Deacon, what about you? Have you favorite parts of the movies?
From the first one, I think my favorite part would have to be where, it's hard to pick. I suppose yes, that would have to do. It's the bit where he does get flung back by the guitar. I love that bit. Every time I watch the movie, it's like, oh yes, you asked for that. Second movie, my favorite bit is when they're skateboarding across the water and they're egging him on.
Hoverboards can't go over water, you idiot!
Yeah, that. Always makes me giggle.
I like how they get the one Asian guy to do the excessively Asian accent when he's like, unless you have power. It's like, Jesus, guy.
Yeah, thanks for stereotyping people. And from the third one, it's the gigantic machine in the barn that he's had going all day just to make one goddamn ice cube.
It's a refrigerator.
That's not a refrigerator. That's an engine.
It's hard to get Freon back then.
It's kind of cool that Crispin Glover came to do another time travel movie, Hot Tub Time Machine. He plays like the magical guy in that who's kind of behind it.
Oh yeah,
you know?
they keep on expecting him to lose his arm because in the future he has like one arm, and they're like, oh, he's gonna lose his arm, and they're like, oh, he didn't lose his arm.
Yeah.
It's a great film, you know, grand film.
Ben Grimm has brought up another movie. What about The Time Machine with the Morlocks? Have we seen that? Ben, I assume you're not talking about the remake with Samantha Mumba and Guy Pearce and Jeremy Irons. You're talking about the original one. Is it Michael York? It was in the original one, Ethel, or
Wasn't there one with Kenneth Branagh, or am I hallucinating?
There's one that came out in the 90s that I really liked.
I think it was Michael
one with
York.
Guy Pearce and Samantha Mumba that came out in the tail end of the 90s. Deacon.
Oh, maybe I'm hallucinating. I thought that was Kenneth Branagh in that movie. I don't know.
Don't worry, Spongy. We always think you're hallucinating. We're not real. We're all in your head.
Have we deviated from the itinerary, Ethel, or do you want to try and broach this kind of topic, or?
I'm just thrown because I'm on such a weird delay on the chat. Like everybody's comments are showing up way after you guys see them. Because like you mentioned something, like you said, oh, Ben Grimm asked about the time machine, and I'm like looking for it. I'm like, the last comment on here is from Filthy Dan, and then boom, it pops right up. I'm like, okay, I've got a lag. I'm lagging.
It's slow on my end too.
StreamYard, you're letting us down again.
They like Europe more than America, apparently. Damn you, Gerald. Why do you sabotage my streams?
Curse you, Aqueduct.
Chris Brogan said you work really good. You lying ass Chris Brogan.
Oh, it works really good. It works really good, but in soya sauce.
But yeah, no, the time machine's totally a broachable subject for this because that is time travel. It's a time travel movie. So and novel, originally a novel, time travel novel originally.
H.G. Wells.
I gotta read it.
I would recommend reading it, but I will warn you, you're in for a bit of a slog unless you get one that's been printed in modern English.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was like in different languages.
Oh no, it's
It's not
English,
different
but
languages.
it's
They have a
old
different way
traditional
of.
English.
Yeah.
So you
Oh,
got
so kind of
thys,
like
thous,
Dracula
and yeah.
and Frankenstein. Okay, I've
Yeah.
read Dracula.
Oh, as long as you're happy with that one, because I know some people don't like trying to read the classics because
Oh,
just
yeah. I've read some Shakespeare. I've read some Dracula. I can deal with Old English.
in that case you'll enjoy it, dude. You really, really will.
Not everything has to be moderned up for us advanced future folks.
Mhm.
No, true, but it always helps.
If you ask me, I think fucking the English back then is probably better than like what we're doing. OMG, I LOL'd when I was GTFing out of it. It's like, what the fuck is English turned into? Can you imagine someone from the past? TMI. Oh, for fuck's sake.
We're all in
I know.
such a hurry. We can't say the full thing we're trying to say. We got to have an acronym for everything.
Yeah, it's like we're boiling down all of our language to just a couple of letters of the alphabet.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, Deacon. I was so embarrassed. I literally Picard facepalmed. The fuck? What do you want? The meme. That's the next progress of our language. We'll speak in memes.
We'll be like it'll be like the aliens in that episode of Next Generation titled Darmok, where everything is based on metaphor, and you have to know what they're talking about beforehand to speak their language.
When the walls fell.
Shaka, when the walls fell.
Hey, Night Watch.
Night
Hey, Night.
Watch. Welcome, man.
Hello, Nike. You right? How are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh. Just to deviate real quick on subjects. I just watched Night Watch's stream for Prometheus last night, and very good job on the stream, dude. I would have been there, but I was hosting my show at the same time, so I had to miss it out. But just finished watching that last night. Good job. Marty was also this fella right here, also on that episode. Good job as well. So yeah, I just want to say that.
All these people are talented. Watch them.
In that movie, I wouldn't touch that tin if it was on Earth. Has anyone watched the movie Synchronic? It has to deal with time travel through a new drug. No, I haven't.
Nah,
No.
I haven't heard of
Is it
it.
an indie movie, Ben? Is it an independent movie? Is there anyone big in it, or? Thanks, Night. Anthony Mackie. Okay, I'll definitely check that out. I've not seen that movie. I'm gonna definitely check it out. So.
Anthony
Might have
Mackie's
to
cool.
check it out.
Yeah.
Seeing as we are chatting about time travel stuff, there's a TV series, anime that I really, really, really like that is time travel. Have you guys ever heard of Steins Gate?
Yes.
No.
Steins Gate.
I haven't
Yeah, Steins-
watched Steins Gate, but it was like all the rage in high school. Everybody's like, you gotta see Steins Gate, man.
I really recommend it because the time travel in that is the closest thing that you're ever going to get. Well, the first season anyway, the closest thing you're ever going to get to what theoretical time travel would be like.
Right.
With all of the consequences with it. So I really recommend it. A brief description of it is an insane student who is studying electronics and everything and physics, and his henchman, a hacker, accidentally create a time machine via a microwave.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
They were done yesterday.
Yeah, or it just gets, or the story just unwinds and it gets better and better and better. And I do recommend watching it. Oh, especially if you love your time travel stuff, because, as I said, the first season is the closest you're ever going to get to what theoretical time travel for humans would represent or would be.
All right, that's kind of cool. I have to check that out. We're getting back to science fiction television, just because we did the film thing a little bit. I meant to segue into it earlier because it's sort of related in an off-handed way. We were talking about Quantum Leap, Time Tunnel, the Irwin Allen classic. Heavily inspired that. Have you guys all seen Time Tunnel?
Never seen it.
Only snippets, never a full episode, never a full season. So no.
It's pretty good. In fact, it only ran one season, so if you do decide to check it out, you don't have to invest a whole lot of time. You could probably binge it in about 2 days. Maybe one if you really want to stay up all night and all day. But
that's me on an average day. So yeah, 1 day for me.
Totally. So it has the unique distinction of it was made in 1967 by Irwin Allen. It has the unique distinction of being the most expensive television series to be produced by any studio at that time. Which oh no, go ahead, Marty.
No, I'm just like, has it kind of had any kind of major impact, or I'm probably going to come across as totally ignorant, but has it had any kind of pop cultural impact, or has it influenced other shows or movies about time travel? Like, obviously you were saying it's kind of influenced Quantum Leap and the likes, but is there anything that like was it referenced in any, like, The Simpsons or anything like that, or?
Absolutely. Everybody who's seen Austin Powers 3, where I think it's Austin Powers 3, where he goes back in time, or is that Austin Powers 2? That's Austin Powers 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin Powers 3 is Gold
is Powers 3, 2. He goes back in time, and the time machine Dr. Evil uses, that big black and white swirling thing, that's actually what the time tunnel looks like. In fact, if you look at the thumbnail for this video, the background behind everything that's placed in front of it, that black and white circle, that's actually the time tunnel.
Is there any kind of standout episodes, or any episodes we should check out, or?
There's this really good one where they go back in time and see. All right, well, I better start back at the beginning because it might take some explaining. But it basically, there's this big there's this big government installation where they've got this experiment where they're trying to travel back in time, and it costs millions and millions of dollars. And they want to cancel the experiment. This is starting to sound familiar if you're a fan of Quantum Leap. So in order to prove that the experiment is viable, one of the guys involved in it, Tony, travels back in time via the time tunnel and gets stuck. And his friend Doug ends up traveling back in time to try and get him out, and he gets stuck as well. And it's sort of about them trying to get back, but they're in this really big government installation. And in fact, the set for Time Tunnel was so massive, it took up 2 sound stages.
Ooh, that's a big set.
Yeah.
So it was a big set, very elaborate. And
one season? Was it one season
just one season? But it's basically their adventures. It features a lot of stock footage and a lot of reused props, despite being the most expensive. A lot of people might recognize some of the props in that show because they all came from Lost in Space, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Land of the Giants, which are all Irwin Allen productions. And actually, it even had some from the 60s Batman TV series.
Oh, nice. So
it's one to check out. It features a lot of good stories. As I was going to mention before I got into what the premise was and how big the set was, there was a really good episode where they went back in time and they were on this island with pirates, and they have to try to escape the pirates, and they're trying to get pulled back at the same time. And I don't know, it's just really cool. It's cool to have pirates in there.
I gotta check that one out.
Yeah, Time Tunnel, correct?
Yep, Time Tunnel. It actually, if you have, I don't think they have it over in your neck of the woods, but if you have over the air television, Heroes and Icons on Saturday night will play, it's not Heroes and Icons. I'm getting my channels mixed up. It's actually MeTV. Memorable Entertainment. They play episodes of Time Tunnel and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and Land of the Giants and Lost in Space. So you get like a whole 3 or 4 hours of Irwin Allen.
Nice. I loved Land of the Giants. I remember watching that Sunday mornings before Mass. I'd say it's on Netflix. It was on Irish Netflix night, so you could probably find it there, or maybe Amazon, or I guarantee you it's on some fucking streaming site.
It's not on Netflix to my knowledge, at least our Netflix.
I think you can buy it on Amazon, like per episode, or you can subscribe to one of the streaming subsidiary services on Amazon. But yeah, it's pretty good though. It's pretty good.
Cool beans.
Cool beans. I mentioned the Sound Studios. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Used a lot of stock footage from the Fox Film Library. So if you've seen a lot of old 1960s, 1970s Fox stuff, or not 70s, excuse me, 60s, because it was 67, so 70s hadn't happened yet. See a lot of 60s Fox stuff. You'll recognize some of the scenes, you know.
So we got everyone now chatting like a time lord. It's kind of like it happened in the 70s. No, 60s. The 70s haven't happened yet.
I always want to say 70s because that's one of my favorite decades for films. So like I try to name drop that a lot, but it's a little bit before that time. 67.
It's like the idea of Ethel being a time lord.
But that was Time Tunnel, and yeah, it's not bad. I recommend it. I recommend anything by Irwin Allen, really. And anybody who likes sci-fi will like his stuff. It's very, very, very fun.
And if you like horror, you like sci-fi. So 2 for 1. Enjoy.
Yeah, that's usually how the cookie crumbles, for sure.
It's like an Oreo. You got to have the sci-fi with the horror and a little dash of comedy and some action.
Wash it all down with a big tall glass of milk.
Milk.
But Has anybody have any any time travel shows that are sort of underrated or under recognized that they'd like to mention?
I talked about Terra Nova and I mentioned Primeval. Deacon, like you're a Primeval fan, right?
Yeah. Watch the entire English run.
Yeah. Do you remember the episode where St. George turns up through one of the things, and it turns out the dragon was actually a dinosaur that came through the fucking came through one of the rifts, and he ends up fighting it into modern day. It's pretty cool. That was my favorite episode.
Oh, my favorite episode is with the color changing lemur creature that drags kids into its little dimension and hides out in a house.
Yeah, that was kind of. I don't think that was a prehistoric animal. I think that was one of the future species. Because have you seen Primeval, Ethel?
I think I have. I've seen bits and pieces of it. It was one of those things that was on BBC America, but the time slot kept changing. Either that or my personal schedule kept changing because I kept missing it.
The cool thing was, not only did it go to the prehistoric past, it also goes to Earth like 5,000 years in the future, and they have to contend with species that will probably. And again, it was the team behind Walking with Dinosaurs that did the visual effects, and they went on to do a TV show called Walking on a Bar. I think it was Walking on Barren Earth. Or Deacon, what was the show that like predicted what species would exist in like the future?
It was either Future Earth, Life After People, or Future Species.
But they used the basis from that show, what scientifically they thought might take over, and put them into the episodes. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it couldn't have been Life After People because that was about what happens to structures and buildings and cities after humans are dead. So yeah, which that's not a bad series either. Which if you have seen that or haven't seen that, it's not related really to time travel, but it's kind of cool to see how stuff deteriorates without constant upkeep.
Yeah, and
For sure.
Choose a different part of the world each time and a different reason to why people have disappeared.
But it's cool. Another thinking about British series, one I got to mention. I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. Just like Doctor Who. I don't know if you really categorize it as strict time travel because it's not technically time travel, but Life on Mars.
Yeah, that could be considered time travel.
I would have to consider that a contender for the time travel because technically he has gone back in time, and although we don't get a full conclusion at the end, we are left to presume that the changes he has made in the past have an effect on his future.
It's hard to rule it out though, because you're not really sure if he's in a coma or dead, or if he's really back in time, even though it seems like he's probably just in a coma. It's cool. Yeah. It blends two. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say I disagreed with you. Going, yeah.
Yeah. It blends two really cool dramas, genres. It blends time travel and it blends police procedurals, and it does it in a way that you're just not used to seeing, and it's very British, obviously, because it's made in Britain. I know we had an American version of it that didn't go over so well here, and I think that's kind of essential to it. What it is the 70s in Britain are very different from the 70s in the U.S., and once we have police procedurals. And we've had them for years. We had them in the 60s, the 50s, the 70s, the 80s, but we didn't have them in the 70s over in Britain to watch here. So I think that's what made it a little bit more successful, the BBC version versus the Americanized version.
Yeah, and it was also a good piece where they went above and beyond to make sure the technology, the clothing, everything was in keeping to the time.
I think as well, Deacon, you probably agree with me in this. they were going for the kind of the 70s gangster vibe of Get Carter and the Craze and stuff, which has a very kind of like the 70s crime kind of dramas and stuff that used to be out at the time. Like what was the one with the Professionals or the Sweeney? I keep on forgetting which one it is, but they were these kind of fucking hard bitten, kind of gritty, kind of 70s crime procedural dramas, and that captured it. And it was like, yeah, and as Ethel was saying, there is like the science fiction element and there's the procedural element, but there's also the 70s kind of, I don't know, would you say grindhouse, but kind of gritty crime fucking drama or kind of gangster kind of drama.
It's very very grindhouse, I'd say. Very much like it's a procedural, but it's not a by the book procedural. You know, I mean, you've got them planting evidence on people, and you got them beating people up when they're not supposed to. I mean,
and yeah, you have John Sim, who's a contemporary modern day cop, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And your man's like, "Here, take the bribe. Go on, okay, take the bribe." And he's like, "What the fuck?"
Just take the money, let him go.
I gotta say, I know not everybody really liked it because it didn't last very long, but the spin-off Ashes to Ashes is very good too. I quite like that, where it takes place in the 80s, and it's got that lady cop.
That was a great one. They tried doing the whole Miami Vice thing. My favorite scene in the original in Life on Mars is we're in the pub talking, and your man's like, "Oh, stupid tellies." He goes, "Why do you put a telly in the pub? Why would I put a telly in the pub? So people can watch a match. Who'd ever? That'd never work. Why would anyone want to watch a football match in a pub?" And it's like, it's like the most common thing.
And another thing about that series, which is so unique, is it blends in that supernatural aspect of things. Because he's in a coma, potentially, or dead, you've got the girl from the test pattern there haunting him, and you've got a lot of spooky elements that pop up from time to time. And I love that. That's like to this next dimension.
It's ambiguous. You don't know if there is a science fiction element or if it's essentially some, as you were saying, a supernatural element. So you're dipping your finger into a couple of genres and flavors.
Yeah.
It's a very unique program.
Lovecraft Country has time travel in it. Yes, it does, but it's not a time travel show.
Which one?
There's one I would like to bring up. This definitely counts, but it's definitely a superhero show as well. Legends of Tomorrow. I know it's slowly deteriorating and kind of losing its luster.
You do it by like 2 seconds, Frenchy.
So, God damn it, then. Great minds think alike, man. Great minds think alike. But yeah, no, I love that show. The first 3 seasons are like good. Well, the first one kind of lagged, but like the second and third one was good because you got a bunch of idiots traveling around in a time travel machine and breaking time and destroying it. And they're just saying, we might fix it later. You know, we'll put it back together. And then they make it worse. And it's awesome.
It was a fun show. Cathy Lots, gorgeous chick. I love the fact in a show with predominantly men, the biggest pussy hound in the group is Cathy Lots' kind of white canary. I mean, she shags Mary Antoinette. And it's like, yeah, fuck it, why not? She's about to be murdered, and it turns out that she slept with the mayor's wife. And it's just like, this is
Dude, it's awesome. Or I like how like Mick is just going throughout time stealing shit, and then Wally West is on the ship. He's like, oh shit, he stole something, and it's like, no, we let him do that. We called them souvenirs.
There is some good episode. There is some good solid episodes. There's one set in the Civil War where
Yes.
who's the African American part of Firestorm? What's the character's name?
Jefferson.
Jefferson has to infiltrate a compound of slaves,
Yes.
and like he has in his head that he can't fuck around with time, but then it's just so harrowing. He decides, fuck it, I don't care. I'm setting these people free, and it's so fulfilling because you can see he's heartbreaking as the episode goes on, and he's just like, you know what, fuck it. The real aberration in this time stream is this, and he decides to go fuck it. He sets a bunch of people free, and just fucking the doctor, the professor is like, look, I'm so sorry you saw the ugliest part of humanity. He goes, I you know what, I learned from it, and things have gotten better. And it's a good episode. It's a really thoughtful episode.
Oh yeah, man. They did they had heart, man. They tried to keep heart in what they did, which I always enjoyed. I also like the episode where the Vikings are worshiping Bebo,
The teddy, the giant teddy. Yeah. Is it the atom that's inside in Bebo's body?
No, what happens is, first of all, it's just a regular doll, but then later to defeat Malice, they all get like these necklaces and shit, and they fuse together to become the giant Bebo to fight Malice.
Yeah, it's basically a giant teddy bear versus a giant demonic god. Ethel, have you seen Legends of Tomorrow?
I have not seen that. That's a newer one, right?
Yeah, it's fun.
It's a
I have
goofy
not
time
seen that.
travel show. Very goofy
They
time travel.
fight Caesar on a beach. Like, Caesar ends up in New York because they fucked up the time stream, and there's like dinosaurs in New York and Caesar, and it's like, god damn it.
That sounds kind of cool. I should check that out. I'll have to look into that.
Do you remember where Mick is captured in 80s communist Russia, and he's being tortured, and he's like, I can take it. If Rocky could take a beating from Ivan Drago, I can take you some bitches. I was like, who is this Ivan Drago? Is he? I love that.
Like, there's another great part where they gotta get like the blood of Christ, right? And then Sarah's like, Gideon, take us back to the crucifixion of Christ, and then fucking I forgot his name, but the captain dude's like, no, don't do that. No, we don't fuck with that. And I'm like, oh shit. I wish they kind of went there.
They got the spear. They ended up getting Longinus' spear and getting the blood from that.
Yeah, they ended up getting the spear, but then Reverse Flash stole the spear, and he was able to make his timeline. He was able to make his timeline, and they had to deal with the alternate timeline because Mick was the only one that remembered, so he had to get the gang back together.
There, I'll be back in a sec, guys. Okay.
Oh, gone.
He vanished.
I'll be back in a sec.
Toilet break. Ha ha ha.
I didn't see the last Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season, so I don't know. But I get why they would want to copy Legends of Tomorrow, because that shit when it's good, it's like good, man.
Yeah, I would recommend the last season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. if you do like your time travel with consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, every action that they have ends up having a knock-on effect, and you can see how time punishes them for it.
Right.
We got John Steele in the chat.
Hello, Mr. Steele. How are you today?
Yeah, man. I would say the sweet spot for Legends of Tomorrow was season 2 and 3. 1's okay and 4 is okay, but 2 and 3 is where it really shines. I haven't seen season 5, so.
You might as well wait for the actual completion of season 5.
Oh, they haven't even finished season 5 yet? Oh, yeah.
It's like all the shows, they're all on hold.
Right.
So, thinking about time travel movies, Ben Grimm brought up a good one a while ago. He mentioned Army of Darkness, which, yeah, that is a time travel movie. He does go back to medieval times, and Ash does have to deal with all that and the Necronomicon and the actual Army of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I will definitely give you that one. I will not argue against that not being a time travel movie.
I like how Ash becomes the hero of the season, like the moral and shit.
I like it that he's like, when he gets there, he's just a total jerk. Like, after he kills the pit and everybody starts treating him like a god, he's a total jerk. I love it.
Well, they threw him in a giant hole and left him to die, so I get it.
He's eating the grapes, he's spitting the seeds across the room.
I mean,
and
I
want to mention from that movie, another great scene is when he's making the gunpowder and the old guy's like holding it over the candle. He starts moving stuff away on the table.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
The alternate ending where he took too much of the shit that he was supposed to get back when he took too much and he ends up in like an apocalyptic future and he's like, shit.
Oh, we gotta get them. The back room. Hold on, who died?
Ow.
What is that?
Where is that coming from?
I don't know, but that really, really hurt. Ow.
It couldn't be coming from me, could it? I wasn't doing anything.
Who's the T-800?
Oh,
shit.
At least I know where the feedback came from.
Black Knight is an underrated comedy. Who said that? Ben? Black Knight's fucking awesome with like Martin Lawrence. He's at the theme park and he falls in the water, I think, and he ends up in the old times.
Oh, you look great in a thong. What's a thong?
But talk about a bad time travel movie. How about Ninja Turtles 3?
Oh my god!
For the longest period of time, I thought Rick Mail was the bad guy in that, but no, it turns out it's it is an English actor, but it's not Rick Mail. He was also the bad guy in Lethal Weapon 3.
See, that movie would have worked if it wasn't for the Teenage Mutant goddamn Turtles.
You didn't like the Ninja Turtles in that? You didn't think that animatronics was just that third movie better?
No.
You could see their mouths inside their mouths.
Yeah, they skimped on the animatronics. They did everything that they could to make that the cheapest production ever. Oh, I mean, it would have been great if it was just 4 teenage ninjas sent back in time. They didn't have to be turtles.
They got some cool action figures out of it though, because you got these really nice samurais with horses and stuff. Like the turtles were like, but you got really cool kind of stuff from that.
Yeah, but you had to get turtles.
Have any of you guys seen a very little known? Yusaki Yojimbo. That's the name of the rabbit from that. Have any of you guys seen a really fun kind of time travel comedy called My Science Project with Dennis Hopper
Yeah, that's where they have that sort of what do they call those plasma balls, and he puts it in like a tube, and I've seen that. I've seen that. That's a good one.
That's a great movie. And like the gymnasium gets invaded by Viet Cong mutants from the future and a T-Rex, and then Dennis Hopper uses the time machine to travel back to the 70s and comes back in the gear he was wearing in Easy Rider. It's a fun movie. If you get a chance, definitely check it out.
John says he keeps telling Trench about it.
You gotta watch it, Trenchy.
Actually, if John or Nightwatch want to jump on, I can post the link to the thing there in the chat if either one of you want to hop on.
Come join us.
Again? What's the name of the movie?
My Science Project.
Oh yeah, that's the one that John keeps telling me about. I had to step away for a moment. So,
No, we didn't hear anything from you, even though I was looking at you.
There's another time travel show that seems to have fallen down the memory hole. Does anybody recall a show called Time Tracks?
Oh, that rings a nostalgic bell, but I don't know why.
It stars what the hell's his name? Dale Midkiff from Pet Sematary.
Oh my god, yes. That's it. Yes.
He plays police officer Darian Lambert from the future. He's part of the what is it called? The inmate retrieval squad, the inmate retrieval squad or something like that. Basically, the premise of the show is there's this scientist named Shambi, and he invents a time machine that he calls Tracks, and he breaks a bunch of prisoners out of jail with this time machine by sending them back to certain points in the 90s. And Darian has to go back in time and try to send them back to the future. And all he has with him from the future is a highly intelligent holographic computer named Salma that looks like a credit card, and a laser gun that looks like a what do we call it? A car alarm. It has 3 buttons on it, and one button can put you to sleep for like 30 minutes. Another button will put you to sleep for like 20 hours, and then the third button sends you back to the future. Has anybody seen this one?
No.
It rings a bell.
And it came out in the 90s, Ethel, yeah?
Yeah, it was in the 90s. It was typically seen on UPN, although it was in syndication on the primetime television network, which was basically it was a company that would syndicate shows, and you'd see it on a double bill with Kung Fu: The Legend Continues.
Yeah, I gotta check out that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean it's campy and cheesy, but it's pretty good. And notable things from it. He goes around trying to figure out who these criminals are, because he's from the future. He can tell by their heartbeat and by their skills, their reflexes, because everybody from his time has slightly better reflexes, and they can sort of do this gimmick where they slow down time. So like you're looking at something and you can sort of see it go slower if you want to, because their reflexes are heightened.
Whereas you'd think in the future, based on our current state, we'd all be slow as hell because it'll all be fat slobs in front of a TV.
I'm with you on that one, Deacon.
I agree. Yeah. Would Samurai Jack count as a time travel show?
Yes, because he does get sent through time 1,000 years into the future.
Yeah, he gets sent to the future and he has to stop the demon Aku with people. And in the end, I think he gathers people throughout time like Vikings and robot guys and shit.
There's a Scottish guy with a Scottish bagpipe player with a minigun for a leg. Is one of his best friends. It's actually Tartakovsky's big influence was a Frank Miller comic called Ronin. Hey Kelly, how you doing?
Hey, Kelly.
Oh, someone arrived. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Kelly. Welcome to the show. How are you tonight? Let us know.
John wants.
says, yeah, John says, please
Oh,
give
sweet.
me
Let
the
me. I'll pop the link in there. See here.
There is a really good Canadian sci-fi show starring a chick who I had a big crush on in the early 2010s called Continuum. It stars Rachel Nichols, and she plays it's kind of like Time Tracks, Ethel, where she has to find people who have come from the future to fuck around with the present.
Oh yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I do apologize. I'm sorry. I hang my head in shame.
Yeah, that one was dope.
Sorry, Kelly. You will notice I am gassy. I do apologize.
Arr.
I have more gas than a hot air balloon.
Oh, Mac brought up Wayward Pines.
Oh, I haven't been able to watch that because unfortunately my American friend, me and Trash do not get Hulu. It's not available in the UK.
No
I
Hulu.
mean, they got freaking
No
shit
Hulu.
available.
No, we can't even pay for it. It's an American blocked site only.
Yeah, you'd need if you wanted to get it over here, you'd probably need a VPN.
Yeah, which I always find strange. Please watch it legally. Download a VPN. It's kind of like, I'm not watching it legally then, am I?
It's a loophole. It's like if I'm not breaking into the bank, the window's open and I'm just reaching in, taking it. I'm still outside of the establishment. I'm just reaching in an open window.
Ooh, Kelly has asked, how are we all doing?
Good.
Doing very well. Talking about time travel.
And the bizarreness of it.
Does anyone else? What? Any of you guys want to jump on? Ethel's wondering. Is there anyone who wants to pop on?
Yep.
Give your thoughts to movies or shows
If
with
you are
time travel.
new, if you are new,
Yeah, I got
and you want
the
to
link in the
join
chat right there. It's also
Yes.
on your screen right here.
and if you're
right-
new
right here.
and you
There we
join
go.
us, we promise we don't bite unless you ask us.
Mainly Deacon that does the biting. That's why he works so much, consuming human flesh.
Num 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 num. Kentucky Fried Children.
We're talking about like a vampire bite or like a take a chomp out of your flesh bite.
Probably more like a hickey.
We got John
Yeah.
Steele. See if we can get him in there. Add to the stream. There it does.
We
There it goes.
have the Smith.
You can have my steel.
Yep, the man of Steel on
What's up?
That way.
What's everybody's favorite time travel movie?
Oh, now you're asking a difficult question.
Well, I'll
P2.
just see mine up front. It's Back to the Future, the first one. That's probably my favorite. I know it's not the best one, but it does with the science and everything. But it's probably the most fun and the most rewatchable for me. That one. But yeah.
Terminator, the Terminator series for me. Well, the first two movies
Nice.
and the TV
Yeah.
show Sarah Chronicles.
I was gonna say
Oh, is that-
T2. for sure.
Terminator 2.
If I had to be put under the gun, and I had to pick one movie,
Arnie's
then
got a gun on you.
then it would definitely be Back to the Future Part 3.
Sarah Connor.
Part 3.
Yeah, I love that one, and it's mainly because I also like westerns.
Awesome.
It's the appeal of the
It's
old
perfect.
West.
Yeah, it appeals to my
Remember the
nature.
bit where he does the shooting gallery, and like, where'd you learn that, boy? 7-Eleven. And it's like, what the fuck?
Where's
Playing Lone
7-Eleven?
Gunman. Which they also mention in the second movie because he finds it and he shows the kids in the Cafe 80s how to play it, and they're like, "Oh, you got to use your hands? That's like a baby toy."
They're like, how do you play toys?
Fun fact: one of those kids is a very young Elijah Wood.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
And I think Billy Zane. Does Billy Zane play one of the 50s Biffs? Hooligans, the futuristic hooligans.
Yes. Yeah, he's one of Biff's hooligans. Yep.
I'm just disappointed that nobody says Scroat. Like 2015 came and went, and nobody's saying Scroat.
No, but they do have a thing for saying throat.
Have any of you seen The Jacket with Adrian Brody?
Yes.
No.
It's a good
I
film.
haven't seen that, and I like Adrian Brody. I've been meaning to check it out.
Mm-hmm. So sort of time travel-esque, but yeah, definitely a good fucking film. You know, like other ones are Butterfly Effect, of course, and fucking I like the remake of The Time Machine that came out in like 2002 with what's his name? This fucking guy.
Pierce.
Yeah. I like that one a lot. A lot of people shit on that one, but I like that one a lot.
I like that one for the effects and the design of the machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the whole. My thing is like, when they get to the future and the people that are living in the future, I feel like if that was accurate, then there would be probably a limited number of people like that, and they will probably be living in similar conditions. I'm not saying the Morlocks under the fucking taking people sand and eating people, but I feel like society would probably evolve or whatever into like much like what was shown in that movie.
I don't know, John. I could see the Morlocks existing in future Florida or something like that. They'd be eating bath salts.
What do you mean existing in
Florida? Art is there gunning them down and shit, man. Like, yep.
They got the mole people in New York, living in the disused subways and stuff. So they're halfway there, halfway to Morlocks.
We need to get the sewer people and the alligators in Florida to stop breathing.
The chuds on the
bottom. Cannibalistic humanoid underground
dwellers.
Speaking of chuds, our friend Anthro there, he just did his review of Chud 2, Bud the Chud, which is up.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Okay.
He's also tackling Ghoulies right now as well.
I know. I'm so proud of him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a video game out there, right? And I know they deliberately picked the title, but I love the title. Grabbed by the Ghoulies.
Oh.
Title.
Yes.
I can't wait till he gets to part 3.
Deacon, if someone said to you'd be grabbed by the Ghoulies, how would you feel?
I'd feel slightly violated.
So would I.
I mean, and if they had my permission first, then fine. But, dude,
yeah, like if it was Anna Taylor-Joy, if she could grab my Ghoulies, but
What the fuck?
I just watched New Mutants today, and I'm recently single, so I'm super crushing on a lot of chicks I see, it's like, whoa, wow, gee. So yeah.
You're entitled to it. You're entitled.
I'm freewheeling and fancy free.
They wouldn't put eye candy into movies for men and women if they didn't want them to be looked at.
It's a visual medium, you know. You gotta have some eye candy.
Oh yeah, always. You should see if that 64 film is public domain. After maybe you could like do a watch stream in the future of it. The time traveler.
Oh yeah, the time travelers. I should check that out. It might be.
Kelly. If you can get your hand on the restored version of Ghoulies 2, you actually get the close-up view of the claw reaching up from the toilet and grabbing the guy and yanking. Yeah, they went full blood on that one. They wanted to make his death as gruesome as possible.
Guess he was grabbed by the ghoulies. I'll get my quote.
He's grabbed by the gun in the John.
Yep.
Squeezing his grapes.
So now the song "Some Like It Hot" popped in my head. God damn it!
What's our next protocol for time travel media?
So next protocol, let's see. We did that. We did time tunnel. We did time tracks. I just want to ask John. You've heard of time tracks, right?
Yeah. Early 90s.
Yeah, 1993, I believe.
I think it was like an Australian, either Australian UK or Australian American venture together with that show. Yeah.
There's a production.
There was actually another Australian production. I don't know if anyone remembers it or seen it, but it was called The Girl from Tomorrow. And this chick from like 100 years, it was, I think in 1991, she arrives in a crystal sphere in Melbourne. And there's a convict from like the future, but before her time gets loose. And it's an interesting one. If you ever get a chance, check it out as well. It's called The Girl from Tomorrow. It had 3 seasons of it.
Sounds kind of interesting. I'll have to take a look. Well, you know what? There's also there's quasi time travel, which I guess is prognostication. You know, or future telling. I mean, I don't know if that really fits, but you've got shows like True Calling or Early Edition.
Yeah.
Fit quite nicely into that category.
Yep.
I used to love Early Edition.
Oh yeah, that was what a great show that was. Not even just because of the cat, although the cat was adorable. Let's face it. Put a cat in your show.
Guy Bellows was likable in it as well. Like he seems to have turned sour in later years, but he was super likable. Just this guy who's just took it upon himself to kind of set the universe to rights.
Yeah, well, he was a goody.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying he was a goody.
Like he never decided to use like the paper to win the lottery or betting horses or betting sports or anything like that.
Well, there was. Oh, sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna mention another movie. It's like a more recent one with what the fuck's this blonde chick? I think it's Anna Faris, like FAQ about time travel or some shit. It's like it might be British. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was a good one too. It was a decent film that I saw not too long ago. But check that one. Free. I think. Let me look it up. Let me see.
But there was an episode of Early Edition where the paper got misused and it disappeared for a little while, and he was basically begging to get it back because lives were in the balance. But there was sort of that aspect to it.
What about Continuum?
I mentioned that one weekend.
My brain.
That's the Rachel Nichols. It's very light time travel.
Yeah. Oh, in that case, how about the 12 Monkeys movie and TV series?
Yes.
Definitely qualified.
Yes. Oh, it's Irish, Marty. It's frequently asked questions about time travel. When 2009, Chris O'Dowd and who else is this? Fucking Anna Faris is in it. Yep.
Okay.
Check that one out.
I gotta check that out.
Yep.
There's a.
Nope. Sorry, Archie.
Oh no, you can go ahead, Ethel. You go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was going to segue, but go ahead. You might have something about this.
No, I was just gonna say there's that Planet of the Apes movie where they time travel.
Oh yeah, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, where they go into present day 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. That movie was just bananas.
Nice.
I like
Did you
that
not
one.
care for that one, Deacon?
Oh, I did care for it, but I'm getting into the habit of trying to make John laugh.
As long as you don't steal my soul, I need it. So.
I won't steal your soul. You need it. You humor me.
Shit.
I don't know if you can go. The plot of that was kind of apeshit.
The what?
The plot of that movie was kind of apeshit. I just.
Yep. So they filmed this fucking movie in London, England, and it was released in Ireland before anywhere else. So, but yeah, check that one out, Marty. I think you'll like it.
There's also Project Almanac, which is a found footage time travel movie about a bunch of teenagers time traveling. It's actually pretty decent. I think I like how they deal with the consequences of time traveling.
I like that one too, Trench, a lot actually. Yep. That's another good one. You know, in real life right now, scientists currently are like, you know, they're when they're researching dark matter and what fermions that hold together all types of matter and stuff, they're talking currently about how they are in the process of looking for evidence of another dimension. This is not bullshit. This is science right now going on. So motherfuckers are actively trying to break this time travel shit if they have not already, and just not told anybody.
Oh, the good thing about that is, although the the theory is there, and they're working on practical applications to prove their theories. So far, the only way we would be able to time travel in our current state is if we only sent back our consciousness or swapped our brains with our past selves.
Yes.
So like sliders, pretty much, or not sliders, fucking quantum leap.
Or Assassin's Creed, like ancestral simulation type shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, in Quantum Leap, in Quantum Leap, he's not switching bodies. They eventually sort of explain it in the show, or they don't do a very good job of explaining it. But it's his body, but they see and hear that person's physical presence. So it's like he's there in the past, actually physically, but everybody will only see and hear that specific person, which I never quite understood. But hey, it's a TV show. What do you want?
Wait, where the other person go?
They go in
They
the
come-
waiting room.
Oh,
And Al asks them questions about what's going on so that he can help Sam figure out what he's there to do.
And then when they are put back, they say they're abducted by aliens. I was
Sure.
put into this cold room. They asked me all sorts of questions. They poked me, they prodded me, and then they sent me back.
There's a really kind of cute, nice time travel movie called Safety Not Guaranteed. It's Colin Trevorrow, the director of Jurassic World and Jurassic World Dominion. Basically, it's a guy who puts an ad in the paper, and he's looking for someone to help him go time traveling. And Audrey Plaza plays this reporter who decides, "Fuck it, I'll see what this loon is up to." And it's really nice. It's really funny. If you get a chance, check it out. It's really kind of sweet movie.
Mhm.
And I won't tell you if he's crazy or if he genuinely time travels in the end. But that's not the plot. It's if you get a chance, check it out.
And Wabby decided to completely throw something in sideways and go, I like Beastie Boys.
I
It
don't
worked.
know. I think I'd say Daft Punk could be time travelers before Beastie Boys, but that's just me.
They look like robots.
Intergalactic.
Sadie, if you want on, I can pop you in there. And if Night Watch is still out there, if he wants on, I mean, one of you two, you could fight to the death for the final spot, or just flip a coin or
Oh,
something.
cool.
Anybody who wants
Fight to the death.
I
can hum that tune.
If my math and memory is correct, then Wabby would lose that toss because I think she still has another 90 minutes of work.
it's
the
scary that you know that.
I didn't know that.
I know.
The stipulation to come in here is that you have to fight me physically, and then you have to survive Deacon taking your soul. So whoever can do that, come in and shit.
And if you can't,
Then you have to enter a drinking competition with me, and then a sexual prowess competition with Trenchy.
No, what? I mean, that they're gonna win, so it's like, what the fuck?
And then Ethel tests the sword skills. Like she will fucking just like you gotta break out your own sword, and Ethel takes hers out, and then that's fucking you fight to the death. If you get through Deacon, which I doubt, but yeah.
We're like fucking bosses in Streets of Rage.
I'd just like to point out for Trenchy's challenge, no animals were harmed in the process of making this stream.
I don't
Let's
put my
be honest.
with small
No,
animals.
Be honest, Ethel. No
Well,
one
no.
can really guarantee that with this fucker here.
Oh no,
Okay,
we can guarantee no animals were physically harmed, but the donkey is going to be mentally scarred for the rest of its life.
Wait, what did I do to a donkey now? Why are we bringing donkeys into this?
What haven't you done?
You shattered the donkey's confidence. I mean, he took one look and
Did
realized he
you
didn't
just
measure
say
up.
I shat on a donkey? Why would I
Trenchy,
shit on a donkey?
Trenchy, look, when you said you wanted to tap that ass, you meant it literally, okay?
No,
We know
no,
that.
I don't want to tap any asses of the animal kingdom.
I can
like
see
that
I've
book.
stirred up a hornet's nest here. Sorry
Yes.
about that, Trent. Sorry about that.
Oh, it wouldn't be a stream unless we were emotionally fucking tormenting poor Trench. We love you really, though.
Yeah, I know.
We love
know.
you.
I don't fuck donkeys, by the way, just to make that
No.
clear.
Oh no, I didn't say you fucked the donkey. I said you flashed the donkey and you shattered its confidence because it didn't measure up.
I mean, I guess I'll take flashing a donkey, sure.
With
Just
your
don't
trench
paint it orange.
Anyway, you don't need a time machine to get away from that conversation.
Yeah.
Let's hop into the DeLorean and get away from here.
Briskly moving at 88 miles an hour to the next topic. circle back to time travel TV shows. There's one that I know John is fond of, The Voyagers,
Yes.
which we have not mentioned yet, but we should mention because it's a very, very prominent show for the time.
Yep.
John?
Childhood. It
John?
didn't last long. I heard something about the main actor. His name fucking escapes me right now. I always remember the kid's name. The kid's name is kind of like unique. It's called. His name was Mino Pellucci. So I don't know what he did after that show, but I'm sure he's probably done something. But the guy
He probably made someone sleep with the fishes with a name like that, John.
He sounds like a he sounds like a kind of like a half-calorie pastry.
He sounds like a fucking. He sounds like a deleted character from fucking The Godfather, dude.
He had that kind of like that Fred Savage kind of swagger and look about him when he was a kid. That Mino Pellucci, and then the John. I think the guy's name was it John Eric something. So his life wasn't his life. I don't know if he took his life or something weird happened, and he didn't. He didn't live past a certain age. But yeah, some type of tragic thing happened with him, or what? So.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting premise for that show, I mean, he loses his history book or his guide to history, so he takes the kid who's the son of a historian, so that somehow makes him an expert himself.
Yep. And they have that like they have that thing. It looks like a pocket watch type of thing that they wear, and they kind of like they dial it or whatever, and then that's how like the time travel thing is kind of a little wonky in it, but like you can almost see like Stargate, like because the premise of this show with the Voyagers and shit, like it's Phineas Bogg, like the Around the World in 80 Days. So that's the character that he's playing, but he's a time traveler, and he, like Ethel said, he picks up this kid and who's like related to some historian, and then fucking they got the thing that they can travel with. But it was interesting. I think it's dated at this point. It probably wouldn't hold up so well, but for like watching it back then as a kid, I was very enjoyable.
When did it come out, guys?
80s. I have it. I'll grab it real quick.
Or was it 78? I thought. No, I don't have it in my notes, but
early 80s.
See,
Early
the 80s did have a thing for having kind of like elderly mad people with young children on adventures, didn't they? It's weird.
Sorry.
Fun, but weird.
Might have had to do with Hollywood and the things that go on in that town, but we never know. You never know. Never know.
Thank you, Harvey Weinstein, you ass.
There it is.
Ooh, right there.
Yeah, there you, John. I see what you're saying. The thing around him looks like the iris of a Stargate.
Yeah.
Right.
See if I can make that big. Where do I just click on it?
Just click on click on the big screen on mine.
Solo layout, Ethel.
Oh, okay. Let me go back to. Oh, all right. Layout. Got solo layout.
20 episodes. This could be something that people would hello
Ethel.
Layout Ethel.
No, on John's one. On John's one, I think.
Nah, she got it.
I was big for a second. Hold on.
I had a full-size Ethel.
Telling machines.
Technology. Submit to Ethel's will.
See, there it is. There it is.
Yep.
And Shazam. Oh, did it do it? Very laggy. There we go.
Take a voyage through time.
Journey back in time. 20 episodes of Voyagers. Complete series. Join former pirate prince Phileas Fogg Oh my God, they're really not fucking trying to hide the influence and tell 3-year-old Jeffrey Jones is an original action-packed street guide and mysterious blah, 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 from rescuing Cleopatra to saving the founding fathers, joining Robin Hood's merry men, intrepid travelers, Ed Begley Jr., Miguel Sandoval, Shannon Doherty, okay. Mako, and more. Oh, cool.
Yep. It's a good series, man.
Oops, wrong button. Guess to go back to layout and multiple peoples. There it goes.
20 episodes. That's
Sci-Fi stream and watch me learn how to use StreamYard.
Can watch all of us stumble with technology.
Kelly, have you any favorite time travel shows? Are you still with us?
The name of this thing was the Omni device. If that's relatable to anything else within time travel shows or movies, the Omni device. So
the Omni device.
Omni.
The Omni
Chicken eggs.
device.
Chicken omelets.
It's made by OCP. It's Omni Consumer Products makes it. They did that before they did
RoboCop. Although he did time travel in RoboCop versus Terminator, he time traveled.
Nice. That's a fucking nice section to that, man.
See, that's what the chairman used to do before he finally got his seat there.
Right.
Hanging around in time.
If I could do it, I would give up my life for it to be able to time travel.
Oh, so that leads us to a good question. If you could time travel, how would you go about doing it? What device or technique would you use to do it? What would be your method?
The least painful, obviously. So either walking through a Stargate or maybe the sliders type of thing, or what I would think for me. Yeah.
Are we talking from the theoretical realms of applicable time travel, or the realms found in media and TV?
Well, preferably media and TV, but if there's something scientific-y that you're really fond of, go for it.
Yeah.
Oh no, just for clarification, because otherwise I'll waffle.
I would take the DeLorean because a lot of people think, oh, Martin's going to go back and travel to see the dinosaurs. No, I'm going to travel back to the late 80s, early 90s and buy myself vintage action figures, 2 of each. Keep one for myself and then come back in time and sell the other mint in fucking box for a fortune and make myself a fucking millionaire. What's that? Castle Grayskull, mint in box, one for myself and one for eBay. Ooh, yeah.
All right. Touche, man.
I don't get it. It's like this box was never touched.
You might need to rent a trailer and tow package from U-Haul, though. That DeLorean doesn't have a lot of trunk space.
Shit. The train! I'd fucking steal Doc Brown's train. I'd steal that fucking yoke. And I'd load up on like Boulder Mountain, Boulder Mountain, Castle Grayskull, the entire Dino Riders line, the entire Jurassic. Fucking hell, man. I wonder could I get another carriage onto the back of that train? I would buy so much toys for fuck all money, keep some for myself and sell the rest of the bastards off. Oh yeah.
Where would you be getting all this money to buy these action figures?
I keep, my dad has a big fucking jar of surplus pound notes. There's about 300 pounds of coinage and notes in this, right? And it's not used now because we're using the euro. But the Irish, when we're using the Irish pound notes, I'd fucking take that back. I mean, if you go back in time to the late 80s, early 90s, that money, I would be able to buy a fuck ton of stuff.
Yep.
Wait, you're gonna rob your dad?
It's a jar he keeps on the counter.
It's a loan. He's gonna pay him back. The money he makes off the fucking.
Okay, that
Even
makes
with conversion. Oh, sorry, Ethel.
No, go ahead. I want to hear the conversion, and then I'll tell Trenchy why it's a good idea.
Okay. If you were to take the £300 note and go back to the 80s, the most you'll be able to buy is 10 toys.
Wait, what?
I mean,
How?
You got to remember, toys were like $40 back then.
Yeah, I was gonna say
So,
Castle Grayskull was probably around 30.
do the math.
40. Yeah.
300 divided by 40 leaves 280, which is 7 toys total.
So you get
got
the big heavy ones.
This is what you do.
Like steal the toys too.
This is what you do.
Clearance sales. I'd go to a clearance sale. I'd buy the fucking SS flag.
Oh, you don't even have to. This is what you do. You take the money from the jar. You go back in time. You buy as many doubles of what you can buy with that money. Then you travel back to the day before you took the money. Sell that stuff on eBay. Then you go back to the future and put the money in the jar right after you take it. And then you take the rest of your profits and go back to the past and buy more stuff.
See, if I was going to be Marty, and that's what I really, really, really wanted to do, then I'd go back in time to when the toy company was first starting up and was looking for investment and say, here's £300. Just make sure I get 2 of everything.
And I know which stuff to put my fucking money on.
Yeah, see?
Masters of the Universe.
You gotta be cunning with time travel. Go back to the right point and your quid's in.
A dash. I would use a time machine to do that, or have a threesome. Well, a foursome with the Bangles. I swear to God, John, when I'm done, they'll be walking like an Egyptian.
He will bang the bangles, he'll come back, and it turns out he has an STD.
If you take Trench with you, they won't be walking at all. So.
Oh no!
No.
If he takes Trench with him, then unfortunately they're not going to live at the end of it because they're going to have both of them.
If I take Trench with me, he can have Cyndi Lauper because he's a big Goonies fan, and he wants to put his Goonie into Cyndi Lauper. So
I don't even know how to do it, but I would try with Cyndi Lauper for sure.
Wait, no, Cyndi Lauper now or Cyndi Lauper then?
Cyndi Lauper then.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Because does she have psoriasis now?
Yeah.
That would
I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't on any of these weird rabbit holes and discovering anything like on the internet, you know?
I was going to make a joke saying girls just want to feel numb, but
I don't even know what that means.
Trenchy, we love you.
Oh boy. I would take my
time.
Now let's hop into our phone booth and go to a different destination.
Yes.
Oh yeah, man. I want a TARDIS, man. If I could figure out how to successfully operate a TARDIS, that would be probably the best mode of time travel.
Trenchy, that would get vandalized. If you look at the phone booths in my town now, they're either vandalized or people are sleeping in them or having sex in them, or like someone's like came all over the fucking dial tone. You do not want a phone booth shaped fucking time machine.
The thing is, the TARDIS is hard to destroy, and second of all, you could like make it change colors and shit.
Plus, it has
Oh,
a
so you got
biometric lock, so only one person can get in.
Yeah,
So you'd get one with the working chameleon circuit then.
yeah. From like what was it, 6 or 5 that did that, or was it 7?
Gallifrey. A proper Gallifreyan one.
Yes. I would.
I
I don't know how I would get to Gallifrey, but I would try to steal one from Gallifrey for sure.
I think I would want to use the phone booth from Bill and Ted's just so I could go and hang out with Napoleon at Waterloo because that looked like a lot of fun.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Taking
mine's a little bit
bowling.
more sinister. I would go back and kill parents of the elites. I would become an assassin for whatever group. It sounds funny, but
no, I know.
we probably wouldn't be in such predicaments as we are today. But
I can just imagine you going back 50 years and then shooting Mr. Trump Sr.
Oh no, we're going back hundreds of years for this. Because we're gonna take out the ancestors of these motherfuckers. That's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna have some modern day weapons and some cloak and dagger type shit tactics that I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna take these motherfuckers out. So send me back in time.
Jesus,
That's
Trench,
the movie
you
I
weren't
should've
fucking
done.
joking, man. The flag back in the day cost $110.
Yeah, that's nothing for you. You're taking what? How much money you taking back with you? At least 500,
300.
£300.
So was that like 375 or 400 in our currency?
Back then, it would have been $450.
I was close. $50 off. $50 off.
I remember when back in the early 90s, it was in Europe, the fucking conversion rate from American to Deutschmark wasn't that much. It was a little bit, but not, the dollar was a little bit worth more than the Deutschmark at that time. But so I don't know how it was in the UK, but Martin, you got a good plan, man. I think you buy the main stuff that would sell, currently. The flag would probably sell for a good amount of money. I don't know. You think the castle would still sell for a good deal?
A bit, not as much, because a friend of mine got fucking Castle Grayskull there. He put it together in piecemeal. He got it for 30 on an eBay bid, €30. So.
What about the Turtles Terradome shit with the eye on top?
Oh, the Technodrome.
Yes.
That's fairly dear as well, but not super dear. One way, if anyone's ever buying that stuff, buy it in piecemeal. Don't buy a complete one because you'll get fucking raped in the arse. Buy like the shell and then buy the accessory separately.
I have it somewhere. I just don't have all the little pieces to it, but I do have it in whole somewhere. So
I swear to God, man, if I ever open up a nightclub, I'm going to call it the Technodrome.
Yeah, nice.
And if I somehow, because I was watching this weird fucking documentary about these drug dealers who tried buying a submarine in the 80s off the Russians.
Make a club out of it?
Huh?
To make a club out of it?
Well, no, a strip club.
A submarine strip club.
Yes, guess what I'd call it?
What?
Das Booty.
Oh, wow, bro.
I'd have like women dancing on the periscopes and shit.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I had to check my tires.
It's all right.
We were just talking about my submarine strip club battle.
Oh, periscope up.
No, well, that's another title, but I was going to call it Das Booty.
Ooh.
I love it. Marty, you're funny, man. So Trent, you going with Marty for the toys, or you coming with me to kill motherfuckers? Which one are you doing?
I like how that's my only two options. It's like you either go buy toys.
Well, we need to know what Ethel and Deacon are doing, type of thing. We need to know what they're, you know.
Like I don't even get a choice. I have to like join along with somebody. I mean, I would help you kill fuckers, John. Like I probably accidentally kill myself.
Well,
in the process.
I'll do all the killing, Trent, because I'm versed in weapons. I just need you to be the scout, and like I'll take care of you. I'll protect you and shit. You just need to get the intel from me.
Wait, am I the bait? I'm the guy that is like, I'm the fucking bait.
No, you're not bait. You are intel. You are intel. I'm gonna protect you the whole time. So
I was about to say, do you want me to like just dress up as like a giraffe and lower them to a certain space and then?
So that sounds like some Trojan horse shit. If a giraffe is gonna lead Illuminatus type people to a certain place, and I can take them all out at once, then by all means dress up like a fucking giraffe.
John, take him with you, because this frame of mind, I'd be ready to fuck up my toy buying mission. It's like
we can somehow incorporate everybody's time travel fantasy and all do what we need to do.
Trenchy ends up becoming he comes back from your mission, comes with me, and he ends up becoming the mascot for Toys R Us. Toys R Us, the fucking giraffe.
Trenchy the giraffe.
Which fucks over your plan, Marty, because the fucking toys are actually pricier because Trench is the overseer of Toys R Us. So you can't buy the shit. You don't have enough money when you go back to buy the shit that you want to buy.
Fuck.
I would let him take it for free if I was the overseer.
Wait. John, question though. Is Trenchy still dressed as a giraffe, right? Okay, so sorry, Trench, but to make sure I don't get fucked over for the toys, I'm going to drop you into Pliocene era and leave you to some Smilodons, okay?
Wait, what?
I'm going to leave you to some Smilodons in the Pliocene era.
What the Spidodon? Is that like a giant spider monster?
No, it's a saber-toothed cat. There is no such thing as a saber-toothed tiger, but the main species are called Smilodons because they got big fucking teeth and they look like they're constantly smiling. Mm-hmm. And you're dressed as a giraffe, so you'd look fairly fucking tasty for them.
Yeah. Ethel, where was it you were going, and what did you want to do?
Oh, I wanted to take that the phone booth from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures and just go hang out with all the different historical figures and have a good time. I don't know. My adventure's not very exciting.
No, we can incorporate it. So they're selling Trenchy the giraffe fucking toys at the Water Whiz, whatever it is, right? What is it? Is it Waterloo? Waterloo, yeah. They're selling these toys there, and somehow, you buy one of the toys or you win it throwing balls at a fucking carnival thing that they have at the Waterloo or what. And there's something in this toy that's pertinent to this whole mission, and then that's how we bring in Deacon with it and shit. So
see, at this point in time, I now just have images of Trenchy traveling through time and replacing things with giraffes. Here's Napoleon riding on his giraffe.
Trenchy, if you fuck up my mission to get toys, I'll even take you further back to the Triassic period and feed you to a Postosuchus.
No, I got a plan. I got a good plan. I'm gonna go back to fucking either Roger Corman or fucking what's his name, Ed Wood, and I'm gonna be like, I got a movie for you. vampiric penguins from fucking Pluto, man. There we go. Make that fucking movie, man. And I'll just give them a bunch of ideas.
Oh, the bizarre
You
thing
I got
here.
all these ideas, man. Tiny tea terror. A bunch of little people go on a tea party and get hunted by a giant goat man with a chainsaw. It's like,
Tracy, who are you kidding? You just want him to put you in Voyage to the Planet of Prehistoric Women.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah,
hold on
yeah.
a minute, Hector. The
And-
dude wants to plow Cyndi Lauper. We've already established he wants to plow Cyndi Lauper.
And
yeah, but
eventually-
not when she has something I can't spell wrong with.
Trenchy, if
You
that's
can't
something
catch-
you
you
would
can't catch the eyes.
really like to see, then Galaxy High 1980s animation, there is an episode where they are dealing with vampiric penguins on a frozen planet.
Really? That
Yes!
What the fuck? What's
Can
the
you
name
are
of the
amazing
show?
for
again? I
remembering
need to
that.
write this down.
Trench, you need to wear a tinfoil hat. Someone's
amazing.
shit out of your brain again.
Galaxy High.
I remember Galaxy High. Yes. Yeah, there you go, Trench. Go watch. They should have episodes of that somewhere.
Yeah, I think some of it's on YouTube if you can find it.
Fucking amazing.
If the YouTube gods have not removed it.
I could. Here's what happens. I take Trench and Deacon back with me to kill these fucking elite ancestors, right? Somehow, Deacon, in the process of stealing souls, a soul escapes somehow, goes into one of these early on carnival giraffes, which ends up somewhere later on in Ethel's Waterloo fantasy. So now it's like, and Ethel gets that with the soul of, like, I don't know, Hitler or like Adam Weishaupt or whatever in the giraffe. Martin is there, like, talking to the toy people, right? And it just all connects somehow. We could all connect it somehow, but yeah, it's funny.
And a giant Bilbo giraffe takes the battlefield.
Galaxy
High.
Yeah.
I wrote it down. I am watching that at some point for sure.
So I'm trying to think. Oh, sorry, Deacon. Go right ahead.
Oh no, that's all right. Let's say for me, it would be the Time Machine from the movie Time Machine and the novel Time Machine, and I would go back to just before the Industrial Revolution and invest in some of the more ambitious enterprises back then. Come back to my time, and I'm a billionaire, baby.
You'd have to establish yourself there as for a while, and then work it in that you yourself are an ancestor to your established self in that time period.
Oh, this is where I'm glad that I said during the Industrial Revolution, because there was photographs. I could actually get a photo taken with the contract and then turn up later with the photo saying, "See, it's me."
But it's your ancestor.
Yeah.
There'd be issues. There'd be like he's some kind of fucking mutant or vampire or something.
Dude, look at me.
They would bring back the witch burning.
I wouldn't let Deacon get burnt. I'd like open up a portal and fucking bring a fucking Carnotaurus and have him eat pigs. Wouldn't that be great? The pilgrims, before they fucking give the Native American smallpox, just have them fucking eaten by some fucking big dinosaur with a hard on.
That's what you could do. Make a submarine that goes back in time and then sink the bloody boats carrying that twat. What's his name? Discovered America, apparently.
Columbus?
Yeah. Sink Columbus's ship. Sink Columbus's ship.
Well, then I would cease to exist, though, because all the people who are part Native American, part Europe would cease to exist if you did that.
Oh, Europeans would still turn up, but probably 100 years later, and with not so much murder on their mind.
I don't know. I don't fancy being erased from history, Deacon. I'm sorry. You got to go down, man. You got to go down with the ship.
I'm not committing any fucking generational genocide here. If I don't know, do you know what? The fucking the what was the big fucking the Nuremberg rally? Is that the big fucking thing Hitler was at?
Yeah. Where he gave his big speeches, and it's the most watched recording of him ever made.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to Mongolia in 32 million, just around the cusp, because there was a pack of 90 strong velociraptors washed away in a flood. I feel bad for the raptors, so I would relocate the entire 90 strong pack to the middle of the Nuremberg rally.
And release them?
Oh yeah! Have them
Release
eat every single
the
one of those fascist fucking fucks.
See, here we are chatting about time travel, and now we're sitting here and we're talking more like we are the Trenchy, help me here.
We're
TV
like
series.
we're like the
Yeah.
A team of history. We go back and we murder people and say, and that's how we solve a problem. We go back and we just blow shit up and murder people.
Ooh,
Yes.
Guardians of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. Or Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow.
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, we are definitely the Legends of Tomorrow. Oh, dude, can I ride one of the raptors dressed up as the giraffe with a submachine gun?
It'd fucking eat you alive, man.
Only if you hook up a voice box to the raptor, so you've got a rapping raptor.
Also, it's a Mongolian species, so they're only about the size of a staffy. You wouldn't be. I'd have to go to get the Utah breed, the one that was discovered in the Utah desert, because they're about the size of a Shetland pony.
Wait, are the Utah ones trained or what's up? Why?
They're bigger.
Why from Utah?
The Utah ones are bigger.
How about just getting to?
Everything in America is bigger.
How about you just cut to the chase and put?
Jurassic World.
What if I covered myself in the raptor's pee? Would it would it not eat me then?
Dude, we don't want to know about your
probably
kinks.
would. You'd be grand, but you'd probably end up getting fucked by a raptor then.
Oh, that ain't good.
At all.
Oh,
Keep in mind,
Trenchy rimmed by a raptor.
They kind of have to pin you down with those retractable claws, and you've got them in your shoulders, and a big fucking chainsaw like dick going up your fucking your rumption. It's not a good idea.
What if you like
I want to know with
the back of your neck while they're doing it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Trenchy.
Yeah, like wolves. Wolves do that. They grab the females by the maw.
Okay,
They
so
hold
what
them
if I
down.
covered the giraffe suit in raptor shit? Would they want to fuck me then? Or...
That's how they'd identify each other, so you'd still classify as a potential mate.
Oh, okay.
No, you need the whistle. Trenchy, you need the whistle from Jurassic World that Chris Pratt had. That's what you need. You need that, and you need to just have that.
Or the one from Jurassic Park 3, the one that Grant makes with the resonator, the resonating chamber.
How about we just put a basket on the front of a T-Rex in between the arms where it can't reach, and let Trenchy just sit there and guide it?
I would not recommend it. Although, the thing is, Trenchy, you could probably outrun a Rex.
Outrun a T-Rex? Wait, why am I being hunted by a T-Rex?
Because you're trying to bring it to fucking take out some Nazis.
Oh, okay.
It's a complicated plot. This is why I just wanted to hang out with the historical figures at the mall and the water park.
That's it.
I'd rather not use a T-Rex though. I would want a bunch of like rabid honey badgers.
Oh, Trench. Right. You could fucking get a Striacosaurus, which is like a Triceratops, except a wee bit bigger, and like give it some rectal fucking injury and like ride around on its back. Just an irate Striacosaurus.
Wait, you want me to like hurt its ass? How would I do that?
I'd
And
just
why?
fucking stick a hot iron or something up its fucking chap's eye or something like that.
It's like, but wouldn't I need like a step ladder for that? Because I'm guessing they're big. And what if it shits while I'm trying to penetrate its ass? I would like drown in its poo poo, and that would be bad.
Oh, fucking.
Plus, it might be flammable.
Well, no. If you get it right, the base of the tail will probably be by most of the excrement.
We're a long way from Back to the Future and Quantum Leap. I'd just like to point that out.
Oh, fuck. It's fucking
People are
great.
like, what the fuck have I tuned into?
Welcome to Dino.
downright beauty.
And welcome to Dino Porn being read out by Trash.
Mhm.
There is actually
Yeah.
there's a subcategory of books I came across in a thrifty. My love affair with a pterodactyl. It was weird. I picked it up. I might do a fucking read stream of it.
The views and opinions expressed on this stream do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of Ethel Cross or 13 Originals LLC.
There you go.
No animals extinct or living were harmed in the making of this stream. We think.
We're not crazy, by the way. We're just innovative. We're innovative.
That's right.
Okay, so Ethel, what's the next time travel movie or show that we're going to discuss before we go off the rails again?
All right, so I already mentioned. What the hell was this? Now I'm losing track. I already mentioned Early Edition. I briefly mentioned True Calling. Has anybody seen that with Liza Dushku?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, you have not seen that one, Chucky?
No, I haven't seen a lot of things, and yeah, I haven't seen that one.
It was Eliza Dushku and the stupid guy from the Hanover. He was the mortician. He's almost fucking recognizable.
Wait, that Galifianakis wasn't that?
Yeah. He's the mortician in it.
Yeah, Zach Galifianakis was in it, and it also in season 2 it featured what's his face from 90210.
Luke Perry?
No, the other guy.
Oh, fuck. What was the other?
Hold on.
Brenda's brother. What was Brenda's brother?
The other white guy that wasn't Luke Perry and no one cares about.
They're all white guys. There wasn't one single colored dude in that fucking show.
Before it gets too late, Trash, do you have anything to do tomorrow?
No, fuck all.
All right, cool.
Like,
sorry. I don't have to be up early tomorrow. I'm all right.
No, not a problem. I was just going to do a time check because I know usually when it gets to about 3 a.m., that's when you try to tie up because you usually got stuff to do.
I actually deliberately had a nap between 4 and 8 o'clock, so I'm fairly set.
Awesome. I thought I'd check just in case.
Appreciate that, sir.
That's all right. That's all right. I know we get carried away and we forget to look at the time. Cause it be early in the morning for us, late in the evening for you.
Yep, 9:34.
2:34.
I like Eliza Dushku, so I'll check it out.
Hey, Trenchy, would you like to Eliza her Dushku?
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I say half the time. Here, would you just like to Eliza Herdoshku?
Oh, maybe. I tried. I don't think I do it right, but I tried.
But it's not fucking rocket science, man. It's just like, you know, fucking.
Have you ever put a plug into a socket? It's pretty much like that.
But sometimes I miss and hit the side, so that's what I'm worried about.
Trust me, they won't. Trust me, they won't. Trust me, they won't mind if you hit the sides.
Yeah, exactly. If you're in already with the socket and you're hitting the sides, I don't think that's going to be a problem, Trent. So.
Anyway, did we already?
That's not Apollo 13.
Did we explain what the premise was yet, or did I miss that when I was going to get it?
No, we didn't explain. And Kelly, got his name right. Jason, thank you, Kelly.
Jason Priestley. Yeah, I knew what I was talking about. I couldn't remember his name though. It was the basic
I'm okay.
premise is dead people talk to her and tell her what's going to happen, and then she sort of gets a vision of their death, and she goes to stop it before it happens.
So that's like the other movie we watched with her, Trench.
That's like Alpha Bat Killer meets like Ghost Whisperer meets like fucking Time Travel.
The Sixth Sense.
The Sixth Sense, basically, except it's time travel because it's in like a vision the night before.
Yeah.
I just remembered the show.
As John brought up, there's another movie where she talks to dead people called Alphabet Killer, where she sees the death ghost of small children, but it's more like she's crazy, but she can. We don't know if she's crazy or she actually sees the people. And yeah, she can try to solve the murder.
Medium.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's a. It's actually based off a true serial killer that lived in my area that killed people. So it's a good movie, but it's also like a little off because of that.
No, I watched it with him. It's good.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Have you guys watched the TV series Alcatraz?
No,
No.
it's Sam Neill and Hurley from Lost.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. Have you ever watched it, Ethel?
No, I have not seen Alcatraz.
Basically, the premise of the series is Alcatraz, before it was closed down, it turns out they were performing experiments. And these experiments have resulted in some of the worst criminals they have ever housed to be dumped throughout history.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's quite cool. I would recommend it if you like your comedy crime dramas.
That's a cool premise.
There's comedy in it?
Yeah, a bit of comedy, bit of action. You get to see Hurley, the big fat guy from Lost, literally try and be the professional.
Yay!
Yeah, Trench is like, yay.
Ethel, do you want to see? Does Kelly want to come on to the stream? I wonder. What you reckon?
Yeah, hey Kelly, if you want to come on, I can drop the link back in the chat if you'd like. You're totally welcome. Oh, hey, Dollhouse. Yeah, Dollhouse is great.
Ooh, Dollhouse, I like to do school.
Yeah, I'm gonna highlight that because while it's not time travel, I feel like that show kind of got a raw deal like Firefly did and like Quantum Leap sort of did, where they screwed it over on the time slot and they sort of shuffled it around a bit. Very underrated for what it is.
I
Very cool
wonder.
premise.
I wonder, given recent events, will Whedon's stuff still be considered kind of cult classics, or will people kind of turn on them? Like,
What did
that's
Joss Whedon do?
dude. Have you not been listening to?
Oh, do we need to explain it to you? I think you should, dude, because I'll go into detail.
Okay,
you
so
want-
basically, it turned out Joss Whedon is an absolute scummy sex pest. Who Michelle Trachtenberg, who played Dawn, I think she was like maybe 17 or 18 at the time, was not allowed in a room alone with him. He sexually harassed Charisma Carpenter. Charisma Carpenter didn't. Charisma Carpenter, who was kind of struggling at the time, gave a bollocking to Eliza Dushku, who had faced kind of sexual harassment from Joss Whedon. Basically, the guy was an absolute fucking bully and a sex pest.
Can I ask a question? Why are all these women coming out? When did this come out? Can I ask that? When did this come out?
Oh, since it all started coming out around the time that Ray Fisher, who plays Cyborg in Justice League, was saying he had problems with Joss Whedon.
How recent was that, man?
That was
that's
like
been going on for about 8 months. 8 months now.
Yeah.
8 months,
Well-
and Buffy and Angel and all that with Eliza Dushku being attached ended when?
1998, I think, or somewhere around there.
Well, Angel went into the 2000s for sure, and I think
Yeah,
Buffy
so
did.
She never appeared on that.
There's a
Listen,
big span of time between us.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, I don't know, like I always think, like, why now, and what made it, what made it come out now versus like right after the show. That's what I want to know. I want to know what is the catalyst for this complaining about him and shit. Because
I get that. I do think some of it because they were too afraid at the time, and then maybe now that someone else stepped forward. But it's kind of
you're on a show that's killing people. You're on a show that's killing people. That's fucking against evil and all that. But yet you're gonna. The only thing I can see fear of losing money, or you're maybe being like your profession, like maybe being like, okay, well, you want to talk shit about me fucking molesting you in the fucking green room or whatever, lady? You're not on next season. So maybe it's that, but then there's still a lot of time in between the show's ending till now. So what the fuck? All of a sudden, see, I don't trust all those people that come out 20, 10, 15 years later saying, "Oh, Bill Cosby fucking shoved mescaline up my ass and raped me," or whatever the fuck. Like, like I feel like with a lot of this shit where these people are being blamed, there's always two parties, and then there are instances where some of these people that are the perpetrators probably do go ahead and they're fucking assholes and try to fucking do something to their female cast members or male. But I don't believe all of it. I just don't, because it's too much time in between. It's like if you were a Catholic priest, if you were molested by a Catholic priest, they have lawyer fucking things that come on late at night now. If you were molested by a Catholic priest when you were like 10 and you're like fucking 50 now, you can get. I don't know, man. I feel like there are people that shit happened to, but other people jump on the bandwagon of that shit. Long story short, sorry, but
it is a very valid point. I mean, like, I know it's traumatic, and like people's lives, their livelihood is dependent on it, and people do get Weinstein. People do get Weinstein, and no doubt about it. And you should always sort of give them the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, it's not unfair to look at it with a certain degree of skepticism when it's been like 20 years, 25 years, sometimes 15 years. But I mean, I don't feel like it's completely unfair to not say, well, wait a minute, why did it take so long to come forward? Or why did you need everybody to dump on them for you to come forward? I mean,
I get that.
Like, have an investigation is all I'm saying. Just have an investigation.
That's the reason there's the statute of limitations. Do you think that's why the statute of limitations is kind of being put out?
No, because like I said, bro, there's fucking commercials nowadays for lawyers that are like, "Were you molested by the Boy Scouts or the Catholic priest?" And I mean, I'm fucking like I'm 48, so like I can remember back to being 10 when I was a fucking acolyte. You know, no priest ever touched me, but like, you know, like these stories come out over time. You know, I don't know.
Plus, it doesn't
one
help
thing
that
about that commercial though.
What's that?
Why is the guy asking you that? Like, it's always a commercial. It's like, have you ever been molested by the priest? Why is the guy dressed up like a priest asking you this information? It's an old guy dressed like a priest.
Is he trying to give you fucking fat? He's trying to give you PTSD so you'll want to sue even more.
Confession time.
This Kelly.
Yeah, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Kelly, by the way.
Hey, Kelly,
Formal
Hello. Good evening.
Welcome to the party.
I like what you said about like the whole you gotta deal with a bit of skepticism and shit, because you know there's always two sides to every story, and like there are people who will like go to great lengths to remain relevant within the you know their persona that they portray of celeb. So there are people that do that. Like, hey, I'll still be in the spotlight. I'll say that, you know, this guy went by one time and whacked me in the ass, and I felt violated, but didn't talk about it till 20 years later. Come on, man. Come on.
I don't like how cancel culture is being weaponized. And like the other thing is, do you want people to have the quote unquote right opinion because they genuinely feel it's the right opinion? Or do you want to make them feel that way out of fear or fucking kind of like, that's something I really don't like. It's like, oh, well, you have to agree with me or you look like a bigot. It's like, that's not a way to change a society. That is not a way. You do not make a society better via fear. You make it better via understanding. And when you kind of like blackmail people into thinking a way that you want them to think, that is totally, I think, a very shitty way that a society is progressing. I don't know.
I mean that the subversive tactics that have been like implemented over the years, the propaganda and everything with like, you know, putting the fear of things into people's brains primarily, and then, you know, hearts and stuff is like, it's a tactic. It's a tactic.
It's very fear-based.
Yeah, to control. It's a tactic for control, basically.
I don't think like there is a place. Political correctness is important, and it's good to progress it. But I don't like the tactic of using fear or intimidation or making people feel like that they have to be quote unquote woke. I have a big issue with that fucking term, because that seems like the idea is fantastic, but you shouldn't have to have a term to be a good person. Just be a fucking good person. You don't need a fucking term to validate yourself. Oh, I'm woke. No, just don't be a fucking bollocks. It's as simple as that.
I mean, and why should wokeness destroy storytelling? Because I get it, we don't want to be offensive, but sometimes it's like, you know, they're trying to say that like fucking Mary Poppins is racist and Rudolph has too much bullying. It's like, shut the fuck up.
It's a very good point. Like, for instance, I know this will relate to the subject. I will make it relate to the subject. Quantum Leap, for instance, right now it is in syndication on television. You can watch it over the air. You don't even need cable, which is great. However, it's heavily edited in certain episodes. There's a few episodes that deal with race issues, and they use the N-word. They use a burning cross in one of them, and they straight up will bleep that or edit that right out of the episode, even though the whole point of the episode is to speak out against that kind of thing, to show how bad things were, how much better things are now, and where things are going. And when you do that, you neuter the moral of the story by erasing it from the episode.
Right, the
The
censorship.
other thing is like that is a period specific trait. That's how people talked. That's how people interacted at that period of time. Like there's a bit where a guy's writing a Viking story and the bad guy is like raping and pillaging, and someone criticized him. Oh, you're having a lot of a female character being. He's a fucking Viking and he's a fucking villain in a story. It's like.
Yeah. They're always like the bad guy. Why is the bad guy doing this horrible thing? He's the bad guy.
That's the point.
It's like
He's too bad, Trenchy.
Because they're doing the wrong thing, and that's part of the story. You know, it's like, all right. I recently, I know I've spoke about this before briefly on maybe my stream, maybe somebody else's stream. I know Trenchy was there for this, but I'll bring it up again. That episode, The Color of Truth, where Sam Beckett in Quantum Leap, he leaps into a black man, and he doesn't know that he's a black man in the South, and he sits down at a lunch table in a diner because he's hungry. He wants to have a sandwich, and everybody freaks out because it's a whites-only establishment, and they're trying to show the ugliness of bigotry. But when you take that episode and you take out all the parts where people say the N-word, and there's a scene in that episode where they take a cross and they burn it in front of a black family's home, and it's very upsetting. But they completely edit out all the scenes in that scene with the cross. They immediately cut it out. So it looks like they're just standing at their doorstep crying, upset because there's a couple white guys yelling at them and laughing and driving off in a pickup truck. You missed the moral of the story because if you don't know and haven't seen it,
it's essentially like
you know
taking the engine out of a car. Like the body in the shell is there, but the engine is gone. The car won't fucking run.
I'm just wondering, does this mean they're going to start censoring Mark Twain material?
Oh Christ, yeah.
Probably.
It's probably not even allowed in most American schools anymore.
Censorship is not.
We go back to a more kind of. So I feel bad because I derailed it with my talk with Joss Whedon. Do you want to go back to a more fucking jovial time travel? Any more shows or stuff? Kelly, have you a favorite time travel TV show?
I would go with True Calling. I haven't really watched too many of them. Yeah, I think that's probably the one I know most about.
It's a great series. I like it a lot. I just spur of the moment thought to bring it up, and I actually had to. I was so moved by it, I had to go upstairs and bring down season 1 and season 2 to show off because
Nice.
I feel like I fell down the memory hole.
Yeah, and anything that actress is in, I'll probably watch.
Yeah, I like Eliza.
Oh yes.
I still love Buffy despite the criticism of Joss. I still don't think it takes away from the TV show itself and what it wanted to portray and things like that. 'Cause that's like my favorite series ever.
I think you have to, at this stage in the day, nobody's a fucking saint.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's perfect.
The artist.
Yeah, you got it. Cause it's like even then we know about some of these guys. Half of these people in Hollywood are corrupt in some way or another. So it's like, and if you look at it, even if one guy is bad working on the TV show, a bunch of other people put their hard sweat and tears in that show or those movies.
I agree with that.
Yeah, why should everyone else suffer because one fucking prick was a dickhead? Like,
I mean, Buffy and Firefly are fucking amazing. So it's like, you know, you can't deny that, even if the guy is a creep.
Basically, I'm going to sit here and say I will wait for the court of justice to
Rather than the court of
before.
public opinion.
Yeah, and public opinion is fine in many ways, but it's mob mentality, and I don't agree with mob mentality.
There's not a
we
cancel culture.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
No, you're right. You're right. And I was just gonna say it's basically the digital equivalent of a lynch mob. You have people.
The McCarthy witch trials. You're a commie, you dirty commie.
Yeah, there's only certain times that that's okay, and that's if they've done a heinous crime and they're still trying to be social.
And I mean, we act like we're perfect and we're all fixed now and we're all better. But if I could have money for every time I saw a South will rise again comment on YouTube, I would be a rich person. It's not perfect.
Hey, Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Hello, Brad. How are you?
Hello.
How are you doing?
We are a flawed
What I'd
society.
like to know is what is the South gonna do again?
Yeah, we gotta find an equal balance between, not
Trenchy,
being
what they
fuckheads.
really mean is they're all going to open up bakeries and make bread. The South's bread are going to rise again. They just,
Oh, that would be good.
Are they gonna make them fried green tomatoes? Oh, those are so good.
I get why they're doing it, but at the end of the day, it's fucking stupid. Like, don't censor shit. Like, don't. Mary Poppins isn't racist. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm a big.
Oh no, because
I'm
they
a
were.
big. I got my tongues tied. I'm a big believer in freedom of speech as long as you are not harassing people with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then it's harassment. Like, I feel like people should be like, here's my deal. I want to see people's opinion, whether I agree with it or disagree with it or think it's reprehensible. The only thing I don't want is to see people attacking people or mistreating people because of who they are or what they believe. So it's like if you believe in something completely stupid, like you believe that all dining room tables should be glued to the ceiling, and that's your dead set opinion. Okay, fine. That's your opinion. Go right ahead.
Just don't invite me over for dinner.
But if you take that opinion and you want to attack everybody who wants to have their dining room table sensibly placed on the floor, I could take issue with that.
Yeah, it's like, if you're going out with a guy and you don't believe in dinosaurs and you think he shouldn't believe in dinosaurs, well then don't be fucking surprised if he fucking instincts. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's because God and Jesus left him there to try and test our faith.
Trickster fucking Christ! Hey! On the very fucking bones.
See, at this
I
point,
heard it was Lucifer. I heard Lucifer put the bones there to confuse us.
So I get the feeling that at this point, our gods, Christian ones anyway, including the devil, is just Loki in drag.
I could speak to that. I don't know what deity or whatever in the satanic church. Is it the Baphomet?
The Baphomet.
The children with it has the one hand up. That entity is both male and female.
Moloch,
yeah, Baphomet, like a lot of these different entities and shit that people believe in and stuff.
So it's male and female?
Yeah, it has both. It has both, and it is as above, so below with the hand gesture.
Up and down, right?
Yeah, there's a statue of George Washington basically doing the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, real life. Yeah.
George Washington, the Satanist.
Hermaphroditic George Washington.
Yep.
I see the best of both worlds for this state.
It's just mind blowing to me that people would worship something like that.
It's like
I feel like a lot of people. Oh, sorry, John.
No, I was just gonna say it's like anything else. People profess to find power in gods, and for since ancient times.
Yeah, but the sacrifices. I mean, that's just me.
The shit. Well, the whole shit with that, the whole like Baphomet, Moloch, or the whole like Illuminati, satanic. The shit that I can't get behind with any of that is the shit that they proclaim that is happening with children, and that to me is. That's I'll bring it back to the time travel shit. That's why I would go back and kill fucking people.
I feel like a lot of people will worship that sort of thing, or they'll talk about it. At least you see it on the internet a lot. And I feel like a lot of it's just for shock value. People do a lot of things just for shock value. It's sort of the Howard Stern syndrome.
Edgelords, Ethel. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna piss in a cup and drink it, and then I'm gonna put it all over my girlfriend's face because I'm an edgelord. Edgelord.
And Manson kind of became a huge. People follow him now a lot. He became more of a.
Because he sat there and went, you know what? You guys can believe in what you like. I'm going to believe in this puppet, which is a snake with feathers. This is my deity. I worship it every day. Oh, Pastafarians. They're awesome.
It's weird. It's a weird world we live in, and it seems to get stranger every day.
Yes.
Yeah, just look at it. You're in it. It's strange enough already.
I can see why people would worship things like Catholicism or Judaism or like Allah or whatever, because it when you're alone in the dark. I don't know if you guys ever had a moment where you stopped and think, just like, what happens when I'm dead? Like, is it like a TV
all the time?
Is it going to be like the last episode of The Sopranos? Is it just going to be like that? Is it like,
or is it like the end of Terminator 2 where it goes all black? I've thought about that.
Yeah. It's like people need to have at least
something to believe in, or
like, what happens is Deacon is waiting there with the scales. He weighs your heart against the feather. And if the heart outweighs the feather, then he devours your soul.
More than likely.
It's a giant scale, like in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. They got to see if you're lighter than a duck.
I like that.
Why is a duck like a fucking?
What do things that float? Very small rocks.
What did you feed the duck? Why is everybody passing? I fed the duck these nice brown bits of bread. They're fucking stones, you moron!
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I think what everybody's really wondering is, can a swallow carry a coconut?
See, this conversation just went a bit quackers, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Duck and crazy.
But I'll get back to time travel. Back to time travel stuff, I suppose. I'll try to re-rail the derail, re-rail the derail.
Everybody get back into the car.
So I included at Tracy's request time travel themed episodes of shows that are not necessarily time travel based shows. So if anybody has anything they'd like to bring up on that, go for it.
While the latter seasons weren't the best, there's a really cool episode of, do you remember the TV show Heroes? That was very reminiscent of the Days of Future Past X-Men, where Hero travels to the future and finds out that there's like a restriction on on heroes or mutants or whatever the fuck. I thought that was a cool episode. Kind of like a horrible Nightmare Tomorrow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That
I
actually, that whole show could pretty much fit into this premise because of Hero time traveling and everything sort of revolves around him doing that. So I mean,
Yeah,
that probably would have been the show we could have brought up.
Yeah, he even goes back to
Mhm.
feudal Japan.
Yeah.
The
And he
show
falls
is
in
put
love,
in motion because of Hero.
which is great. I like
Yeah,
that. I like that part.
They save the cheerleader, save the world.
And you've got the comic book artist who can predict the future when he's all high because of his power. That fits right in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think for me,
Ooh, they brought
just
that show back briefly. They had not a season 6, but I guess it was like a spin-off series, but not a spin-off.
Yeah, it was. I think it was an online exclusive, Ethel. And I watched an episode or two, and I was like, "Oh, this is fucking gash. This is fucking terrible."
I've seen it in the video store. I didn't pick it up, but I always meant to. It's just there's always that other thing I wanted to buy when I was there. This was when I had money before I was broke. But yeah.
Those were good times.
Star Trek Voyager Double Bill Year of Hell. I like that one.
Fucking Eric Foreman's father causing all kinds of fucking trouble for the Voyager and their crew.
Yeah, I
Janeway,
like
you
that
dumbass!
What a great episode of Voyager that is.
That was
it's
meant to
one of the
be an
better
entire
ones.
season. That would have
Yeah.
fucking saved the show.
It was supposed to be an entire goddamn season, but the people who owned Star Trek at the time said, we can't have a series like this. We need to have normal Star Trek. You can make it a double bill, but that's it.
But the
Well,
fucking
they
sorry, Ethel. The thing is, we have had bleak Star Trek with fucking DS9.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ethel. Was that the point you were going to make as well, or?
Yeah, well, the other point I was going to make, besides, DS9 had its overtones of darkness, but they could have made Year of Hell work. They didn't, because the thing that fans complained the most about with Deep Space Nine was that they mostly were on the space station and everything seemed to revolve around the Cardassians and Bajor, and I mean political strife, which is the whole point of the show. Like, if you don't like that, then you're not gonna like Deep Space Nine, because that's the point of the show. But aside from that, if Voyager had done Year of Hell as a season instead of a 2-part episode, it would have been phenomenal, because they could have been dealing with all the troubles in that episode, but going on regular missions as they did every week.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
I think Stargate Universe done a better fucking version of Year of Hell than fucking Year of Hell did.
Yeah. I like Year of Hell because of how it all plays out, but if you wanted a season-long arc, then yeah, Stargate Universe is your jam.
Which, if you haven't seen Stargate Universe, I'm just going to throw it out there. Surprisingly good. They do have that guy that sort of looks like Jonah Hill, but that's okay, because it's a good series. I liked it much more than I thought I would. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I think the only warning that I will give people is if you get really invested in the show, awesome. But when you get to the last episode of season 2, if you don't hold up your middle finger and say, fuck you, no season 3, then you're not human.
Yeah, that's what I call a cock tease of the season finale.
Oh, they were dicks, such dicks, and not nice dicks, horrible, shriveled, wrinkled dicks.
Damn.
Little
18th
shrimps, huh?
century
Small,
gigolo
tiny shrimps.
Yeah, yeah, such
Shoot
dicks.
up dog chew toys from the Dollar Tree and shit.
Say what now?
I was like looking like shriveled, chewed up dog chew toys from the Dollar Tree and shit.
Ah, yeah. But bringing up Star Trek Voyager, you can't bring that up without bringing up pretty much every series spin-off of Star Trek, because they all featured time travel episodes. Probably the original season the most out of any of them, because you had City on the Edge of Forever, you had Assignment Tomorrow, you had Tomorrow is Our Yesterday. I mean, you had like five. You had five. There's a few more.
Was
But
is City on the Edge of Tomorrow, aka Joan Collins gets hit by a bus?
yeah, he's got to go back to save that woman Edith, and he can't, because if he does, it means the Nazis win, and then they get thrown into that parallel Star Trek universe where Spock with the goatee came from.
Yep.
The Mirror Universe.
Mm-hmm.
That would be from the episode Mirror Mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Why is Spock 10 feet tall?
Mhm.
Because the mirror's at a weird angle.
Ah, that
It's
explains.
one of the mirrors. Makes y'all stretchy.
The strangest thing is that she never said mirror, mirror on the wall.
True.
What,
Yeah,
no?
isn't it weird how certain lines get, like, everyone always thinks a man's got to do what a man's got to do. Everyone thinks that's John Wayne. It's not. It's Alan Ladd from Shane.
Yeah, and
John Wayne never said that. It's from Shane. It's a line from Shane. But everyone's like, yeah, John Wayne said a man's got to do what a man. No. Like, is it the Mandela effect? Is that what you call it?
yeah,
Yes.
And
That's exactly
like,
what it is.
where a
His
collective
father-
society misremembers something.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
swear.
because you're remembering. Oh, sorry.
Because now it's magic mirror on the wall. And I don't know. I always remember it as mirror, mirror. When I do remember at some point.
The Mandela
Magic
effect.
mirror in my hand was the original text.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't even on the wall.
Because we all had that crossover with the Bernstein Bears universe, where they're Bernstein Bears instead of the Berenstein Bears. So we all misremember that.
Mm-hmm. So strange, because I had those books too.
And everybody just thought it was Berenstein, but it's not. It's not. Oh my god! Everybody was missing.
I had the Mandela effect earlier when you guys were talking about the time machine, because I swore it was Kenneth Branagh and not Guy Pearce. Maybe I'm just confusing, but I swore it was Kenneth Branagh. But you guys proven me wrong. But
maybe Kenneth Branagh was in a time traveling movie too that you're mixing up.
maybe.
Or show.
If we really wanted to get theoretical, then we could say that this is just one reality and timeline out of a million alternate ones. So there is probably a universe out there where we are all goats.
It's you know what it is we're all astro projecting in our sleep across that Einstein Rosenberg Podolsky bridge from Sliders, and that's how we're doing it.
That's cool. Some other people believe that we've crossed, how there's supposedly infinite universes, or the multiverse, if you believe in that, where there's infinite universes and timelines that are kind of the same, only just certain things might differentiate in between the two realities, and maybe that people shifted into a different timeline.
Yeah,
that's a theory.
String theory.
Yeah, it branches off depending on the decision you make, regardless of how minuscule or monumental it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's another scientific. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say there's another scientific theory that says that time travel is impossible. And if you can time travel, what you are actually doing is traveling to a different dimension where from that point where you arrive, everything is different, not necessarily because you're there to make it different, but because it's a different dimension altogether because you've traveled in time, which they explain in Back to the Future 2.
Mm-hmm.
Ethel, you just reminded me of one of the best, worst time travel horror stories ever. A Stephen King telly classic where a group of survivors from a plane are attacked by a
Oh yeah,
meatball.
the
The land
Langoliers.
here.
Hey,
Yes,
that's a
yes.
good ass movie. I'll
It
defend
is a
that
good
movie.
movie because they were like trapped in the past, and then the Langoliers were kind of like the things that came to eat up.
To clean up the past, yeah.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
thing is,
Testicles with teeth flying through the air.
Yeah.
I see that like Mr. Toomey had to go, man.
Yeah,
There was
but
something
Balky,
when he had to
Balky
go.
from Perfect Strangers.
Yeah.
Karen, the little girl.
That
Scaring the little girl. Like that dude was awesome.
was a good one.
Those Langolier things that sort of look like lampreys, they kind of also remind me of the transporter monsters from that episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where they keep seeing these monsters in the transporter beam when they're getting beamed up or down, and it's actually people caught inside the transporter buffers.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see those fucking tins, I think of Campbell's meatballs. I'm like, oh, I want a sub, a marinara sub.
Meatballs that bite back.
Like, I know they look like hairy turds, but I love them anyways. But they kind of remind me of the time rapes from the Flash. You know how the speedsters, the time rapes, keep them in line when they fuck with the history too much. They're like, we're gonna have to go and like murder you now. And then eventually that became Black Flash. But
It seems like that's a common thing in time travel stuff. Like Doctor Who had that time travel or the dragon thing. Do you call that?
yeah,
When it comes to theoretical time travel, as in what we could possibly look forward to in the future, if it's possible, I doubt we'd be able to send our bodies back. We would only be able to send our consciousness back into a receptacle, a person in the past to whom we could take over, just for the simple fact that energy is easier to transfer than biomass.
Right. So
So
again, it would be like a special thing, like where you'd be like Assassin's Creed, where you would have to somehow transfer your mental state. You know,
Yeah, kind of like Quantum Leap as well.
Yeah.
Basically, essentially, it's like my theory about the quote-unquote soul, that our brain is made up of electrical impulses that make our personality, and if you could just like fucking transfer that.
Yeah, but yeah,
Now there was a movie that I just watched that is this very subject.
Yeah, what did you watch?
What was the movie, Kelly?
Processor.
Ooh.
Or is it Possessor? Possessor, sorry.
The
The new
travel in
one.
time, or
No, she is able to transfer into another person.
Right.
And I don't want to give like everything away, but yeah, but there are only certain people that can do that. And yeah, to do certain missions or orders, things like that.
I think not so much time travel, but I think like you know how the Black Mirror episode where it's called San Junipero, where you have
Mhm.
Yeah. Your consciousness is uploaded
right
to a
in
virtual
the
reality. Yeah.
80s or whatever.
Mhm.
Yep.
And in that one, you could either choose to die, or you could choose to live on in that
In that,
computer world
yes. Yep. That's
of
what
your
we
choosing.
There's
If it's a
there's a really cool episode of X-Files that's sort of like that, where you can upload your consciousness into the internet, and they have sort of an AI that's run amok, and it's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's Kill Switch.
Yeah, one of the guys is trying to shut it down, and he's in a cafe, and it gets two rival gangs to turn up at the cafe and cause a shootout. That was a cool episode.
Yeah,
See,
that's
does
the
anyone remember the one Triangle? But Mulder ended up in World War II, and like Scully is like a secret agent for the American SOS or OSS, and the cigarette
SAS.
smoking man and Skinner are Nazi officers. It's a brilliant episode.
There's a good episode of the Twilight Zone called the Execution, where the guy's about to be hanged and he time travels into the future because of a scientist.
Yep.
And the thing is, he ends up freaking out because he kills the scientist, but then he doesn't know how to react to our time, and he ends up getting hanged. And another place.
See, that would be the worst outcome for time travel. Going back to the past, fine. You could be smart. You could be intelligent. You could shape things to come. Go to the future. You're the fucking monkey banging on a drum.
There's another really good episode of the Twilight Zone where there's it's basically like there's a cowboy from the Old West, and he's walking across the desert, and he's trying to get medication to save his kid, and he ends up walking to a diner and getting modern medication and taking it back with him. And that's a pretty cool episode.
Yep.
And then there's also one, it was the newer episodes of The Twilight Zone, and it was Katherine Heigl in it, and she traveled back in time to kill baby Hitler. She was the nanny.
Oh yeah.
Or the stepmother, I want to say. I can't remember exactly what happened, but that was like what she tried to do.
Has any of you guys watched or read Man in the High Castle?
Yes.
No.
And yes.
It's awesome. Basically, it's set in an alternate universe where the Axis rule America, and this woman comes by a movie reel from our reality that shows we won the war, and it starts a revolution. It's really an interesting.
Yeah.
If you get a chance, check it out. Man in the High Castle. There's this bit where this guy he's driving a truck for the resistance, and he stops to have a cigarette, and it starts snowing, and like a cop, a kind of Nazi state trooper lights his cigarette, and man's like, "Oh, it's weird that it's snowing in Alabama," and the cop's like, "Oh, that's not snow, that's just from the hospital." You're like, "Oh," it just shows a big chimney stack out of the fucking hospital, and you're like, "Oh," but it's a great series. If you get a chance, check it out.
Yeah, the best thing is the main point where our history diverged from theirs is Germany invented the nuclear bomb before the Allied nations.
Yeah, I
used
think
it on.
Right, it's actually brilliant, Trenchy, because I don't know if it's in the book or the series, but Russia has been annihilated by nuclear fallout, bar one section, Pripyat. I just love the fact Pripyat is the one location that hasn't been affected by radiation.
In case anyone's wondering out there, think Chernobyl.
Chernobyl is the one place that hasn't been affected by fallout.
I know.
That's amazing.
The reason it is a good series. They cover all the bases.
But,
if Annie gets a chance, check it out.
Yeah, it's not exactly a
Check
time
it out.
travel story, but it's definitely one to watch.
Ethel, can I make a quick announcement?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, this fantastic lady next to me is at 49 subscribers. If one person is watching, could they sub to get the? If anyone's watching, sub this lady to get her to 50 subscribers, because that would be an awesome milestone. So if anyone's watching or if anyone's participating, give this lady a sub, because it's pretty cool to be on the cusp of 50 subs. I remember I never thought I'd make it to 5 subs. But if this lady can get to 50 subs, she can get to any fucking subs. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Greatly appreciate it. And I keep delivering the content. Every other Friday, I do watch-alongs. And from those watch-alongs, I make an episode of something I call Trash Picture Theater, inspired by this fellow right here. So, yeah. Sub, and it'd be cool.
Sub to the
I want to know, how the hell do you not have at least 100 yet? I thought you had like at least 100.
No, I'm a small time. I'm small potatoes, folks. Small potatoes.
We're not big. We're not big sexy channels like yours, Trenchy.
not my channel's not big at all, man. It has numbers.
1,000 subs, dude.
How many? You've 1,000 subs, Trenchy.
Yeah, but look at it. Half of those subs don't even watch, so it doesn't count. It's
kidding?
not about numbers.
Are you kidding? Half of those subs are women that just like sit in their bed with the duvet pulled over them.
They like to watch you wash dishes.
Yep. That's all it is.
I thought he played.
Yeah, as soon as we start all picking on him, he disappeared. It's like, oh no, we chased him
That was
away.
weird. Who's in the guest room if he's there? He's in the guest room. Okay, that's weird.
Wait, no,
Twilight Zone has come to the yard.
You should know by now, any stream that I'm in will have technical issues at some point.
Is this
Well,
Trenchy
I
from the
still
past?
blame Daryl.
No, but what I was gonna say is like 99% of you on this fucking panel makes better content than me. Besides Kelly, who doesn't make content at all, but I bet if she did, it would be amazing. But I mean, all you guys make better content, but
dude, you're a better editor, so.
Quality than quantity.
Yes, your editing is getting good, Trenchy.
Yeah, you can't see it, but I'm sticking out my tongue. You do good editing. Accept it.
Trenchy, you're a
Take the
walking
compliment.
cover.
Take the compliment, you sexy, sexy man.
What the fuck?
Oh fuck!
Did you hear? Did you hear about the mail van, the postal van that was driving to Trenchy's house Valentine's week? The wheels broke off it because of the weight of all the cards that were going to his house.
Oh shit!
But it wasn't.
Went to shit.
It also wasn't just the weight of the cards. Unfortunately, there were like 10 women who were posting themselves through the mail.
I know. It's fucking insane.
Oh,
I think you guys are making an understatement here. It wasn't like you say mail van. You're thinking like it's one of those little mail trucks that you see going up and down the neighborhood. No. That's what they call the big articulated trailers over in Europe. They call those mail vans. Anything to do with a mail van. This is one of those big, long articulated trailers. That's 2 trailers in one, folks. Full love notes to Trenchy.
See, Trenchy did get one parcel though, and it turned out to be a Jacqueline in the box.
Yeah. No, I was here with you guys on Apple's stream, having a good time and telling people not to commit suicide. That's what I was doing.
Trench, Trench, come here. Can I ask you a quick question? Valentine's week, how many metric tons of women's knickers did you get in like
None.
fucking?
I don't collect women's underwear. Why would I do that?
They were sent to you. They were sent to you. You got Tom Jones. You got Tom fucking Jones Valentine's week.
They got sent to the docks and are now being used as sails on some boats called the Panty Liner.
Trenchy. I didn't know you had a collection of women's underwear.
I don't.
He does, Kelly. The women send them to him, and like they're used underwear. They're just like there's an entire college in Japan of like fucking J-pop fucking female singers who are like, oh, waifu, oh, gemenasai.
No, it's husbando.
Husbando, Dino, hey.
All right. I think we've tortured Trenchy enough. I just noticed, I'm looking at the clock. We are coming up on the 4-hour mark. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a few announcements and close out the stream, but I'm gonna keep the back room open so we can all keep chatting and we don't deplete the stream time. But before I do that, I just want to say, folks, thank you in the chat for tuning in, and thank you for people watching in the future who are not watching right now. And tune in not this Friday, but next Friday when we'll be doing a watch along for Yongari, Monster from the Deep.
Young Gary, I knew him well. I went to school with him. Great young fella. Young Gary.
I recommend tuning in for that, ladies and gentlemen.
I've been joined by Marty, Trash Picture Show, Monster Deacon, Trenchy down below, Kelly over here, and of course the Man of Steel, John Steele, over there in that far corner. So thank you for watching, and I will see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Be safe and keep your soul.